We have an ROKR, Dream Gift Factory, EAB01. A1, A2, A3, A6, 2 A7s, D1, H1, 2 H2s, H22, and K8, which is a tool we'll use to put this together. So we're going to take the D1. There's a side with printing on it and the side that doesn't have any printing on it. So we're going to put this so that the side without printing faces towards us, the side with the printing faces away. The H22 is going to go into this hole right here. Next, we're going to get the A6, which is oriented like this. It doesn't have printing on either side, outside of the letters. The A2, which will go like this right here. So these holes will align here. The A1s, the A7s will come in from this back side through like that on that one. We'll try to push this one through as well, and then we'll push this onto here. Like that. Now, this will go on to here like this. However, there's a piece that goes on the front that holds it in. So we're going to build that piece now. I'm going to take the H2s and the H1. And the H1 is going to be oriented such that the larger holes are up like that. The H1s or the H2s are going to go into the H1 with this notch up like that. And they'll go in as far as you can push them. Be careful with these because you don't want to break this part right here off as you're pushing it through. Next, we're going to take the A1, and that's going to be oriented with the outline towards us. And it's going to go in here like this. These parts of the H2s are going to go into these larger holes here, like that. And then I presume it's going to push it in, and then it's going to slide up. Next, we're going to take the A3, and it's going to go from the A1 side to the H1 side. So we're going to put it in from this side, like that, and then that'll fit into the holes at the bottom of H1. That'll prevent it from sliding down. Now, we are supposed to wax the sides of the H2s, which is here, this area right here. So we're going to do that there, there. Both of them are going to get waxed. And then we're supposed to wax the inside of this hole here. and we're supposed to wax this area here. If your kit didn't come with wax, you should be able to just use regular candle wax. Now, if it's the bead type of candle wax, you might need to melt it down and do it, you know, solid. So this will go through like that from the back side here, such that it sticks in those holes like that. I think we're going to wax this. It doesn't say to wax the other side. Okay. Then this piece is going to go on here like this. This part here, this long part, will go over this, and these two here will go into these two holes here. And then that'll slide up and down. P5, which you'll find in bag 1, 4 P13s. So we need to put 2 of the P13s on first. And we'll use this tool to press it down. So next we're going to put the next P13 on, and we're going to use the center part of the tool to press it all the way down to the bottom. Well, it'll look like that when it's done. Then this is going to go through from this side, and we're going to put the other 2 P13s onto the P5 here. And we'll put this one on, just mash it flat. So, and then we're just going to make sure this still moves up and down. And it does. A4, A5, K1, K3, 3 P9s, P16, P22. So we have numerous parts here we need to wax. So we need to wax the cogs of the K1. We also need to wax The orientation of this piece on the instructions is this way. So we need to wax the inside of this hole, this hole, this hole, and then of course this one. Okay, that should be it for the waxing. So with the orientation like this, we're going to put this, rather the screws, according to the direction, these screws are going to go in first. Then the A4, which will go in next like that. Now I'm just getting them started into the A4. I don't want them sticking through yet until we get them on to here. So in this orientation, this is going to go on like this, into this like that there, and the screws are going to come through this hole and this hole. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. I want to put this one in down here. I'm going to want to snug that up so it doesn't turn, so it doesn't rotate sideways at all, and it is not. Next, this is going to go into here. The K3 is going to go on there. The gear, the K1, if you look, the hole for the gear is not round, it's oval. So when you put that on, it'll only go on, well, it'll only go on there one way. So then we're going to put the screw in. Okay, and that looks pretty good. Looks something like that. J27, J34, K5, M2, 2 P8s, which are found in bag 1, P17. Now P17 is actually used to get M2 out of the matrix it's in. So you can just snip the edges, it'll help you get that out. We need to wax a few pieces here. The cogs on the K5 need to get waxed. And then on the M2, it looks like this flat surface here also needs to be waxed. So these, we're going to start by putting in the M2. They're going to go into this large hole here. The orientation I have this is the same as the manual. This is going to come in from the back, and we're going to have this flat. So this piece here they show in the diagram is being flat across, so it's rectangular with the long sides going here and up here. Next, it says we put on the J34, and that's going to go on there. It can only go on one way. On top of that, we're going to put the K5. That can only go in there one way. And you're going to want to mesh the gears with the K1. Next, we're going to put on the J27, which is going to go over here. You notice you have the larger and the smaller holes. The smaller holes are going to go on the posts, and the larger holes go over where the screws are going to go in. Is that right? No. The larger holes are going to go over the posts. And then the screws will go in the hole that's at the top and the bottom. And it'll look like that when it's done. A14, H21, J19, J21, J23, J31, K6, K7, 3 P14s, M1, and M5. Now the M1 and the M5 need to be waxed. The M1 needs to be waxed on the inside of the hole here. The M5 needs to be waxed on this flat part here and that post. And then on this side it needs to be waxed around the axles here, around the center part. The next thing that needs to be waxed is the J19. The inside of the J19 needs to be waxed. And then the gear, the cogs of the gear K6 need to be waxed. Okay, now we're going to take the M5, or we're going to take the M1, and we're going to hold it like this. See the hollow part here? That will be off to the left. We're going to put the J19 on the right side of the M1, hollow side off to the left, and then we're going to put 2 screws in that hole, and that hole, 1 screw in each hole. I didn't tighten it yet, so we'll go back and do that in just a second. Okay. Next, the M5 is going to go through the M1J9 assembly from the left-hand side that does not have the wood on it. That's the side we're going to push through, like that. And this will generally remain down. Next, we're going to put on the J21. Then we're going to put on the K7. Next is the K6, and the unprinted side should go on to the left, should be on the left side, and the printed side should be off to the right side. That's the printed side. And when you put it on, it'll only go on one way. Okay. Next, we're going to put the J23 on. Then we're going to put on the J21. Next thing that gets done is this assembly will get put into this hole here, like this. And when the cogs mesh, we want to make sure that this is pointed down. Currently is not pointed down, so we're going to adjust it a gear, or the cogs a little bit. Let's see if we should go one more. There you can see that, well, you can see that it is pointed generally down. I'm going to hold my hand there, because next we've got to put on the J21. And I'm going to hold it like this to make it easier. There's a printed side on the J21, which I'm going to have be out. And we're going to put that screw in. And if you can't get that, the J31 on there, the P14 screw will push it down. So it should look like that when it's done, or after the J31 is installed, and the P14 should look like that. Next, we're going to put on the A14, which is going to go into this hole here. That'll be this part. And then this hole will go onto here. So the first thing we're going to do is connect the plastic piece to the wood through that hole. Then we're going to push the A14 into this hole here, like that. So when it's done, it'll look something like that. A8, A17, A38, H3. Now, the orientation in the instructions have it setting like this, and it needs to be waxed on this side, top, front, and I'm going to wax the underneath here as well, just to make sure. So let's go ahead and wax that. I'm going to go with that just one more time. And I think I'm going to wax this back side too. This back part of it is going to slide through this hole here, so I'm going to wax the outside of that. We also need to wax the inside of here. And then the top part of here. And then because of that, we're going to wax the bottom side too. There's quite a bit on this one that needs to be waxed. So now, what we're going to do is this part here is going to slide through this, and this part here will come through and be set inside of here. So let's do that. And there we go. Next, we forgot to put in our A17 and A8. So we can do that real quick. A17, the A8 will go with this part up, that part there up, and the hole will go over that, and then this bottom part is what goes into the A17. Then we can put this part back in, like that. Then the A38 will go with this open part here. It's facing up like that. So when it's done, it'll look like that. A13, A15, A36, H4, H5, 2 H17s, 2 J22s, 2 J33s, K4, a P4, which is found in bag 1, 4 P13s. So we're going to be putting the 2 P13s on the bottom of the P4. We'll put the other one on. So it should look like that. Next, we're going to put up, we need to do some waxing on this. We need to wax the H4 and also the H5. While we're waxing, also note that the K4 has an arrow on it, and the direction of that arrow will become important when we're putting stuff onto that piece. I'll show you the arrow once we get there. Okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to take a J22 and put it on the bottom. Next, the H4 goes on, and we're going to have the printed side be up. That's at least what the little diagram shows. I'm not sure it matters, but put the printed side up. Next, another J22, and then we put 2 more of the P13s on the top. Okay, it looks like that. It spins better if you have the metal from the P4 flush with the P13s, so it spins much better if you mount them flush. There's a little bit of room in there. Next, we're taking the A13. The orientation will be like this. We're going to take the A36. You'll notice the A36 has one wider and one narrower, and that's going to go into this part here and this. So we'll put the wide one in first and then the narrow one, and that looks like that. Next, we're going to drop the part we just made into this hole like that, and we're going to take the A15, which is going to go on there like that. Again, the wide one is for the wide part here. And just make sure that you feed that gear's axle up through the top, so it'll look like that. Okay, next, We're going to take the K4. Now, if you notice on the K4, there's an arrow right there. Now, we want the arrow to point, based on the diagram on the thing, we want the arrow to point towards us and to the left, like that. We're going to put on the J33 first, and you'll notice that the J33, it's a rectangle, not a square. So you'll want to put that on there correctly. Then we have the H17 goes on next. Again, that's also a rectangle. Okay, now with the same orientation, we're going to put this back part on. We're going to put on the H5 first. Then next goes on the J33. And then last is the H17. Again, pay attention to the sizing because it is a rectangle, not a square. And when that's done, it'll look like that. You can see the arrow. The gear is on the back side. Next, we're going to put these parts together. This part here, this little gear, will fit in here like this. And these gears here will need to mesh. The cogs on the gears need to mesh. And it kind of sits in there like that. We'll do that. Then this whole assembly gets put into here, and then this part here is going to go through this hole here. We need to make sure to put wax inside of here, although I think we've did that earlier, but we'll go ahead and do that again. That goes through there like that and that. Again, they make sure that this is on the bottom. And then this will go into here. Let's put that in there first. Then we'll slide this down on top of it. Let's try that. I think that worked much better. So what I would recommend, let's take it apart so I can show you what I did. So if we're putting this together, what I would recommend is they have it so that you put this in here and then you put that whole assembly on. Getting this fitted is rather fiddly. So what I'm going to do is put this in here such that it meshes with this gear here. And then the next thing we're going to do is these cogs here will need to mesh with these. And we can do that while we push that in. And that's much easier, I think. Next, we're going to put this piece on. Now, the brown side should face towards us as we're looking at this, because that's got all the print on it. So, this part is going to go through here. This one will go through here. This here, we'll go through this hole. And in fact, I think we're going to put a little bit of wax in there. I don't remember having done that before. So we're going to put some wax in here. Okay. Then this will go down here. And this larger one up here will go up here in this hole. This is going to take a little bit to get all this together. Okay. Now what I would recommend when you do this is make sure you move that around a little bit as you compress it, so that way it all fits together better. And this needs to come back further because as you can see there, it's not flush yet. There it is. And as you can see, that fit in there nicely. All the gears are still meshed properly. And this is seated all the way down. A10, A16, A18, and J30. The first piece we're going to put in is the A10. So the A10 seems to be oriented like this, and it's going to fit here, this hole. This one will be this one here, and then that one will be the end one. So it'll fit in there like this. Like that. The J30 is going to go here. Again, it is a rectangle, so you'll need to pay attention to how that goes on there. Like that. Next is the A16. Now, the picture shows that the motor is on here like this, so it's off to the right. The brown painted side is away from us, and this is going to go in this hole here such that the angle goes off to the right, like that. The next thing we need to do is this piece is going to be oriented like this, where we have this notch in the lower left. The circle is in the upper right. And various pieces are going to fit here. So we've got this is going to go here. This piece will go here. This one down here will be here. This part will go through here. This part will go through here. That's this part here. Will go through here. This will go through here. And finally this piece, the end of this piece, will go through this hole right here. So that's a lot to manage. So let's see what we can do here. So first we're going to try and get everything aligned. So we're going to start with this top one, get that started. Next one is now started. Next we're going to go for this brown, the brown plastic piece here. That does look to be started. Now we're going to get all this so it fits together. That part is rather difficult to push in there. Is it not lined up? No, it looks like it's, oh, this top part's probably stopping me. So this needs to be shifted over a little bit. Okay, so when it's done, the end will look like this. As you can see, that's filled. Sure everything is good and seated well. That's filled. This one is with this little notch here. This one is filled here. This one is as well, this one, and this one. That took a little bit to get that on there, so you might have to play with figuring that one out a little bit. C3, C4, 2 C5s, 4 C15s, 2 P14s. So we're going to assume this side goes up, the side with the color on it. So it looks like these are going to go here and these two holes here. That's the C5. I have the color. I'm going to put the color to the outside, I think. I don't know whether it'll be seen or not, but I think that's what we're going to do. That side, and then we're going to do the same thing. It's that hole and that hole. The C15s are going to come up from the bottom and they're going to look like this. So the shorter of the two, this one here, is going to go in here, and the larger is going to come up on the outside like that. And what we're going to do is, so it goes in there like that. That one, like that. And then that one like that. So that's what it'll look like. Now, the orientation this shows is like this. So the circle here is off to the right. This is going to come up from the bottom like this. These here are going to go into this hole here and here and here. And then we're going to put the screws up from the bottom in these holes here. And we're going to take the screws and they're going to come up through the bottom. We have the bottom up just to make putting the screws in a little easier. And that's what that looks like. A49, A54, C6, J47, J52, J53, J54, and L12. So the first part we need to put in is the C6. However, I think what we're going to do is wax these parts first, because the J47 needs to be waxed, the J54 needs to be waxed, the J53, the J52, all of those need to be waxed, and it looks like they pretty much need to be waxed all over. So we're going to wax inside of here. We're going to wax the top. We're going to wax the bottom. And then it looks like we should even wax around the outside. Get in here as best you can. It's kind of narrow. Okay. Next we're going to do the J52, which seems to be about in the same state. Just wax all around it. The next two are exactly the same way. The J53 and the J54, just wax all of it, both sides, and then around the outside. Okay, there's that one. Okay. Next, we're going to put in the C6, which is this part here. And again, the orientation of this part is now flipped, such that this open hole here is towards us. The circular part is off to the left. And that is going to go here and here. And the widest part here is going to go off to the left. When you put it in, these two need to be off to the right. So we're going to put it in there. Okay. Next is the A49 and the A54. So the A54 looks like it's pretty symmetrical. So that is going to come up through these two holes from the bottom. And I don't see any printing on it at all, so we're just going to have that come up through there like that. Then the A49 looks like it goes in like this. The printed side will be up and towards us, and that's going to go down on there like that, so that it looks like that. Now the L12 is going to go like this with the printed side towards us. The J54, according to what the diagram looks like it's going to go up like that, and this part will fit just right down into it like that, so that the offset goes off to the left hand side. There it is, a picture from the bottom. And the top, when you view it from the top, you can see how it's catty corner to the left. Next, we're going to put the J53 on, but we have to put it through the J47 first. So it's going to set inside of here, like that, like that, such that the J54 will sit down inside of this slice here, so that way it slides like that. I'm going to put a little wax here. So that slides easily. So the J54 is going to be held like this, with this hook part towards us. The L12 goes in there like that. Oop. It seems to have come apart on me. Well, I broke the J54. Let's see if we have another one. So there is another J54, so we're going to wax that up. So lesson learned there, be careful with the J54. So we're going to take and we're going to put that up in there with a whole lot less force this time. We're going to put that up in there like that. Then we're going to put that down into the J47 like that. Flip it over. The J53 then goes on there. And then that's going to slide in there like that. Next, the J52 is going to go right here, this outline. That's where it's going to go. It's going to go in there like this. Like that. The this is going to go here, such that this hole and this hole will go here and here. These two will go back here, and you're going to want to put this down through this hole here, this part. Might take a second to get everything aligned. That's okay. And then I guess if we move this piece back and forth, you'll see it moving in there. See how it moves? We'll leave it there like that. H22 K9. This is out of bag 2. It's P10, 3 P14s, P20, and P21. In this section, we're going to have to run some wires, so we need to pay attention to that. So, to start with, this is the orientation that we need to use. And we're going to put this onto here. So we're going to use this hole, looks like that one, this one, and these two here. So we're going to put it down in there, and that should slide down in there pretty easy. And then we're going to slide it to the left. Then we're going to take the H22 and we're going to stick it in this hole from the bottom, and that should hold this in place. Just like that. And then it won't come off. Now, the next thing we need to do is we have to feed this wire through this hole all the way through and out this side. So we'll feed that wire through there. And then it's going to go out the other side. So when it's done, it'll look like that and like that. Next, we need to put the speaker on, so we have to have the circle off to the right. It's going to go right here. So looks like the speaker's going to go on like that. This piece will fit on there like that. Next, we're going to put in the 3 P14s. The magnet seems to want to capture the screws. Okay. So I haven't gotten that one tight. It's just snug for now. And then we're going to put this last one in. And now we can tighten them down. I don't think they need to be really tight. I think snug is good enough. Okay. Next, we have this piece here. We'll unwrap that wire there. Now, these two plugs are going to get plugged into here, okay, into these. You'll note that it says motor, music, LED 3. I'm sorry, this is motor, music, LED 3, LED 2, LED 1. So what we're going to do is take this one, it's a much larger connector, and we're going to plug that into the motor. Now, you'll notice that the little holes there are offset from the center. You'll want those towards the top of the PCB. There's a line on it's a keyway on the top of it, see it there? That goes towards the top, so it can only go in one way, really. So we're going to put that in there. Then we're going to hook the speaker up to the one that says music. Again, we'll put the little, let's see here, how does this go? Music, yep. Well, when the holes align, it'll go in there. Now, this wire is going to run back through the hole that the yellow one has run through. And that is going to plug into this. It only plugs in on one side. The other side is a USB connector. Looks like it's a USB connector. Let's see here. There's one there like that. Okay. And based on the drawing, you're going to want the wires to run like this. I got to have them positioned under here and under that, so that way they're kind of out of the way. P11, which is the long LED string, P12, which is the short one. We need 4 P14s and a P19, which is the LED panel. So I think what we're going to do first is mount the P10 over here. So these screws at the bottom, these holes here, and we're going to put screws up through here. Like that. So I'm going to do that. Okay. I'm going to put that, just that one is really loose right now, so. Okay. Feels pretty good. Next, we have to connect up these. So the short one seems to go into the slot labeled LED, the connector labeled LED3. The holes here really have to be aligned pretty well. You can see the metal in there. If that doesn't align, that's why I'm not forcing it, because I really would like them to align better. Let's see if they're aligned now. That does not seem to want to go in there. There we go. That finally went in. That was real fiddly. So the next one that goes on is the long string. Which is the blue wire. Now we're doing the red wire. And the last one we do is the green wire. Okay, that one was a bit easier. And then the last one, which should be a lot easier because it's just a larger connector, will go there. So we have all three of these things hooked up. Oh, well, more than three. So we're going to take these and put them back under there. The red one doesn't go under there, but it looks like the blue one does. So we'll put the blue one under there. Also, it says these should now come up and over into this slot right here on there. So we're going to put the blue, the white, the black. I'm going to put all three of these that came through in there. Like that. And the blue one does not go through there. It goes through here, this front notch. Well, kind of like that. So in the end, it looks like that. Okay, now the next thing we got to do is screw down this little board onto that. So let's get that started. We'll try to hold this side up. So I'm using that wire to hold it up just so I can see the hole. Now we're just going to snug these. We're not going to make this real tight. It'll just bend the board and potentially break it. So the next thing we have to do is test it. Make sure things are spinning and the lights are lighting. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in our power, and this I believe is USB-C. And I happen to have a USB power supply with a switch on it. So let's see, we push down on this. So what we're looking for is we want to see this moving in and out. This should be moving up and down. This should be rolling smooth. All these gears should be rolling smoothly, which they do seem to be doing. We can hear the speaker working. Our panel has the LEDs, which are cycling through. Yep, they were. There they go. The long strand of LEDs look like they're all lit. The short strand of LEDs look like they're all lit. And if you want to turn off the music, press that down, it turns it off. Oh. Turns the music off. And if you hold it down, it seems to go off. So quick press turns it on, all music on and off. Hold it down, turns the entire thing off. So everything looked like it tested okay. Everything seems to be running smooth. I don't see anything binding. So if it's running like this, we'll go ahead and move on. Two J2s, J4, J55, sorry, two J2s, J4, J48, J55. So we're going to pick up the J4, and we want the side with the printing on it to the left. And you see the printing, and we're going to put the J48 into the front side. We're going to call the front side the side with the printing on it, like that. Then we got the J55. Again, we want the printing all towards the same side. And that's going to go into the J48 we just put in, those two holes there. Then we're going to put the J2s in from the back. Looks like that. Looks like kind of a door. Now, make sure that the motor is towards us. This is going to be placed here, and this here, right here, that is going to go inside of here. So we're probably going to put the bottom in first. And then that, when it pushes through, will push down into this slit here. So you'll push it all the way through. Let's see here. I'm aligning it so that way it went through. And then that we're going to put in on there like that. A33, B10, B11, B24, E32, E42, E52. So we're going to take the A33, and that's going to go on this piece here. It's going to go down here and up here, right there. So we're going to put the bottom in first, and then the top part should go in. There's nothing printed on the A33, so we don't have to worry about that. You see, once it gets seated down there, push it down now, that should be good. And it kind of hits the top of the door, or keeps the door steady, I guess, from going side to side. In the end, we may have to wax it. We'll have to see. So there's that. Next, we're going to take the B11, and there is a side that has printing on it and a side that does not. The printed side should be towards us for this. So we're going to take the B10. There's a printed side and a non-printed side. The non-printed side should go to the right, and that's going to go in this end here where all the print is facing to the outside, as you can see. Next, we're going to take the B24, or the the B24, which is this, and we're going to there's a red side and an unprinted side. So far we've been putting the printed side towards the outside, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the red side and have it off to the right this time, and we're going to put the E24 into the let's put the E32 into the E42 first. And we're going to have the printed side such that it points up, like that when we put it in. So it looks like that. Then we're going to put this, the E42, into the B24, like that. It'll look like that. And then we're going to take that and put that into the B11, these two holes here. So it looks like that. Now this piece is going to go along here. It's going to go along here, and it's going to fit in this hole, and this hole. yeah. There was also a spot back in here where it seats into as well. Now the next piece we're going to put in is the E52. So here we need to be careful of this black and yellow wire and the the black and yellow and the black and white wires. We do not want to pinch them or crush them in any way. So we need that to be back there. And we're going to put this piece in like this. So the color, the printed side will be up. So what we're going to do, that should go like that, because we don't want to pinch that. We're gonna leave it up top like that. And then just get them all started. Don't worry about pushing them all down at first. Okay, and you have access to the USB port. That's what that gives you, right there, access to that. And the other thing that it does is it holds this USB converter in place right here, so that way it can't slide side to side. We're going to move those wires back there. We may need to move them later, but that's where we're going to put them for now. B12, B13, B14, B29, B30, B31, B32, and 2 E31s. So this is the E32. We want the larger piece here to face down. These holes should be towards the top when we look at it like this. The printed side should be towards us. Then we're going to take the B12 and we're going to put it in so that the printed side is off to the right, and it's going to go in this this hole here, like that. Then we're going to take the B13, and this time the printed side will go to the left, and we're going to put that in this hole here, and that'll look like that. Then we're going to take the E31s and we're going to put them in here with the printed side up. I think these are making like some stairs. Okay, there's the printed side up. Next, we're going to take the B31, and the printed side is towards us. See that there? And that's going to go here like this. Now, then this is going to be placed on the non-motor side. It's on the side with the speaker. And this will be placed here. So we're going to be putting it in this hole, this one, and this one. Also, make sure your wires are out of the way because you don't want to crush them. I'm just getting each one of them started. And then we'll come back and go over it a couple times to slowly sink them into place. Next, the B14 is going to go over here. It's going to go here, here, and then it'll set on top of this. The print, when you put this in this orientation, should be off to the left. Now before I seat that all the way, I'm going to make sure all my wires are out of the way. They are. Next, we're going to put in the B29. That's going to go here and then here. And that's going to be put in with the printed side off to the right. Okay. Next, we're going to put in the B30. Printed side again in this orientation will be off to the right. And that will go here and here.
Are you working on your puzzle?
Now we'll need A11 and B7. So it looks like at this point we need to, at a minimum, unwrap the long one. I'm going to unwrap the short and the long one. Because we have to feed it through parts of the B7. That's the short one. And also in the manual it says to make sure you do not crimp these cables or crush them in any way. Okay, so that's the long one over there, short one over there. Now this is going to go down in here, and the first bead on here, this one right here, is going to go on top here, but it's going to go, we're going to come up through this hole, down through this hole, and then both cables, the short and the long, are going to come through this part here. The long one will come through out on this side, the short one will be out on that side. So let's get that fed in there. Okay. The bead we're after is down here, right there. So then we're going to feed this back down through the hole that's here. And we're trying to be careful not to break this wire. And then that bead will be up there like that. I'm going to take that and put that over on that side. I'm going to lift that up. It still should go through here, this wire. We're going to make sure we don't crimp any of these wires. There's that one. Nothing crimped there. Nothing crimped here. This needs to go down in there. I don't see any crimped wire, so we'll go ahead and put that down. Okay. So that bead's there. Right there. And the next thing we need to do is this wire needs to go through this hole here. Right there. And we're going to feed it kind of slow because we want to make sure we don't get any knots in the wire. Now it says this bead goes here, but the other ones, they can just be, they'll just go in random spots, and that's okay. Okay, now we have this A11, and the A11 is going to go in here like this, right? But both wires need to be fed through this hole here. So we're going to do that now. That's the long one, and now the short one. And again, be careful you don't crimp any of the wires. And that's how that goes. See how it looks? One of the beads wound up behind here, and then the other one is over here. This is the one they prescribed where it went. And then this wire needs to go in this little slot here. Not too comfortable pushing too hard on it. I'm going to push those in there just a wee bit. One thing I did miss is the A11 needs to be waxed, and it needs to be waxed along the top and the sides. I guess something slides on that. Okay. Next, this little light board, the little board with the lights on it, needs to come up this inside corner. Then it's going to go into this hole here, and then it's going to come back out this one here. And there's a little cut here in order for it to go through. Both of them have it, so you'll just slide it down. Let's just do this. I'm going to slide it down, and then we'll pull it. Try to turn it as best we can. And get it into that hole there. According to that, we do kind of want it in the corner. Then we'll put it here. Just like that. E45, H6, H13, H14, and M6. So the E45 is going to go on this end. It's going to go, the bottom of it is going to go in this hole here, that one, and then it's going to slide down into this one as well, right here. Now, there is wires down in here. You're going to want to make sure that you don't pinch those here. It looks like they're out of the way enough here, so with this orientation, you'll want the color towards you. So let's put this down in here. Not too bad. Next, We're going to turn it. And then we're going to we have the M6, and the E13 is going to go into the M6 here. Now on the M6, you'll see that one side is kind of hollowed and the other side is not. This side is flat. The flat side, I believe, is going to go up. So what's going to happen now is we have the H14, the H13 will go through the H14, and it's going to catch on in here on this, and it's going to catch right here on the end of this piece here, right here. Hopefully you can see that okay, right there, that one. So I'll do my best to show you that. So the H14, I put all the way up against the M6. And then this will slide on the top of that. Now, we're going to take the the H6, and that's going to go down in this hole right here, this back one, which will prevent the M6 from pulling back out. I think I'm going to wax the back side of this so it slides easily. Should it rub up against this piece here. Now it says we can use that tool. So what I'm going to do is try to get it started. I'm going to get a little pair of pliers. That way you can see better so my fingers aren't there. But we're going to put it right down in that back hole right there. And it says we should use this tool. I'm barely holding it with the pliers because I don't want to crush it. Okay, so it did start. So now I need to push it down all the way. Kind of walking it down just slowly. And that's it. It seems to be all the way down. And that's what that looks like in there. For reference, that's the piece we just put in right there. and it prevents the M6 from coming out. That one should go over there, that one should go over there. E39, E55, E56, they have arrows on them. That will be important later. And E59. Now, this part here, this piece out of the middle here, needs to be waxed. Okay, now the E39 is oriented like this, and we have the E59, which will go on like this. So the color on the E59 should be towards us, the color on the E39 should be up, and the other thing you'll notice is that these are somewhat keyed, and this is larger hole than this one, so it'll really go on one way. And then the E55 is going to go through this lower hole, and it looks like the upper hole as well. So the arrow will face towards you. Going to go in there like that with the printed side pointed out to the outside. Then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Now, just for convenience, as me putting it in, I have the arrow pointed away from me on this side, but the painted or colored part still, printed part still goes to the outside. And that's what that looks like. E6, 3 E54s, J15, and J15. So we're going to take this part we just made, and the E6 with the printed side towards us goes on here. That'll look like that. Next, the J15 will go on the back. And there was a little overspray on the paint, so I put that towards the back. You can see it there. And it's not going to let me do that. I have to do it this way because you'll see there's a size difference in the two posts. So next we put the J50 on, and you'll need to pay attention because the holes are different sizes and so are the two posts. So it will only go on there one way. Next, we're going to put on the E54s. They're going to go, we're going to orient it like this with this slit off to the left. It's going to go here, here, and down here. And we're going to put it on such that the part with the painted or printed part is facing outward. Now the next thing it says we need to do is we have to install this, and it's going to go down here. So this part here, this right here, is going to go through this slit. These four places here are going to go here, here, back here, and over here. However, before we do that, the first thing we have to do is feed these wires through this hole in the top. So I did the short one first. I probably would have been done better doing the long one first, but we'll see. Okay, then keep a bit of tension on those. Let's see what we got going on there. Now that looks pretty good. Okay, so now what we're going to do, push that back and over. We're going to get the left side started first. Okay, there's that one. I'm starting from the left and then we're heading to the right based on that's what the directions recommend. And then we're just going to slowly push that down. Now it looks like it's going to set up off the surface a little bit, so it doesn't look like it goes all the way down. You see here, it is slightly raised. Next, the blue one needs to go through this hole and then it's going to come back out through this hole from the bottom up. So let's see if we can do that. I think the first thing we'll do is get that through there. Then the next, oop, I got it in the wrong one. I put it in the wrong one. So now we got to run this blue cable through this hole here and then up through this hole here. So let's do that. See how this goes. Maybe we should have done it all at one time. I'm just not quite sure. Now I've looked ahead in a future step. this will be bound here. There's a little piece of the plywood that'll go here to hold that in. So what I'm going to do is bend the wire now such that that'll be easier later. So now we're going to put this up through here. Might have been better to do this before. Okay, and that's that. So I made a mistake. I recognized I forgot to put this J50 on the bottom of this piece. And now we're going to try and get this back up. And we're going to put that right here. Luckily, I caught this fairly early. That would have been really bad. Now, we're going to put that back and try not to damage anything. Two B23s, B35, F47. Now the F47 has some arrows on it that we may need to pay attention to. F48, which is there. Two F49s, two F50s, F58, F59, and F60. So the first thing that goes in are the two B23s. They're going to go here and here. And what's going to happen is also, let's put the B35 in first. The B35 is going to go down here, and it captures both the short and the long wire. So we're going to do that. There's not a lot of room here. Okay. So my piece got fell in there. Okay, now turn this on its side as best we can. We need to capture both wires on the side of this. Okay, I believe I've got it started. So now, I don't want to push don't want that being too tight. I'm going to use this to make sure that, yeah, okay, they're both in there still loose. I didn't want to use the pliers on it because that could mar the insulation on the wire. Next, we're going to put here, and that's only going to capture the long wire, but again, make sure you don't pinch. Okay. Finger up out of the way a little further. There we go, and as you can see, the wire does float in there. You can see it moving all the way down to here. Now we're going to put this one in. Again, it's not caught. Okay. Next, we need to put these little pieces together. We have our F47, and we're going to put our F50s on. Now the F50s are going to go into the wide ones, which is not where the arrows are. Also, it says that the printed side should be up. And when you put the F50 on the right-hand side, you want to make sure that the painted part points to the right. When you put it on the left-hand side, you want to make sure the painted part points out to the left. Like that. Next, we're going to take the F49 and we're going to put that on top. Again, with the painted side towards the top. Oop. Yeah, with the painted side towards the top. Next, we're going to take the F49s and put those on the side, and they're going to go like this, and make sure the painted side points out. The same over here. Next, we're going to take there's a small hole here on the top, and we're going to take the silver part, the F58. I'm going to stick it into the present like that. Then we're going to take the F59. The F59 and F60 are not equal. So as you hold it like this, I have the painted part towards me, to my left. We're going to put the F59 over here. And we're going to put the F60 on this side. So now the little present needs to be put on here. Now the next thing it wants us to do is actually test to make sure that the present moves, the lights light, and make sure everything still runs relatively smoothly. I'm a little concerned about this plastic part here. Feels a little stiff, so we might have to wax that a little bit, but let's see what it does first. There we go. Let's see what we've got. Make sure that you, before you turn it on, make sure that your wires, especially these little ones, are away from these gears, because you don't want them getting swallowed up in there, and that would be a big problem. So we're going to put that over there. I'm probably going to hold this one. That one seems to be okay. That one seems to be okay. So what we're going to do is press here. The present does seem to be working smoothly. Get that out of the way. So that's running much better than I thought. This is still going up and down. This is popping out the side. All those lights look good. Those all look good. You can see these lights here. All the gears seem to be moving well. Yeah, everything looks good. And then if we move this door, you'll see that this little figure here will go in and out. That's smooth. So I think we're pretty good to move to the next step. C9, C36, E40, E57, E58. So we're going to take the C9 and we're going to have the color up with the 2 points off to the away from us and to the left. The E40 will go on top of that, like that. Then the E57 will go on top of that. And then the E58 will go on top of that. Now, the painted side of E58 is going to go towards us, like that. The flat side of E7 will go away from us. Then we're going to put on E40. say C9. And then that gets put into C36, which, based on the orientation, is like that. So the painted side will be to the right. And then that goes there. C1, C2, C14, C16, C17, C37. So we're going to take C14 and we're going to put C17 into C14 like this. So the painted part of the C14 is towards us. The painted part of C17 is to the right. Next, we're going to put this piece on, and it's going to go here and down here. So we'll start with this here first. Okay. Next, we're going to take the C37, and that's going to go in this orientation. The C2 is going to go on this side. So with the painted part up, the painted part of this present should be towards us. And that should be in both cases. Like that. Then this will go on to here. So this part's going to go into here. This will go here. And then this will go here. And that'll look like that. So now we're going to install these two pieces in this orientation here. This is like the diagram. This piece isn't put in yet. This piece will go in here. So this piece here will go into this hole. This part here on the top, there's a little, this right there is going to go here, right there. Now, the C16 is going to go in here, Well, so it says that this wire should be run next, and that's going to go through this hole here. Just like that. And it's going to go across there. And then this is going to go so this part will go in this hole here, and this will slide here and here. Don't want to pinch your wire, so make sure you get that out of the way. A22, A27. So in this orientation, the A27 is going to slide down here in this orientation, like that. And this will go in here, this will slide down in here. And we're going to feed this wire through here. That's step 3. Step 1 is getting it down into this lower part first. Okay. Like that. Ooh. Let's see. That so you can see it. So. Okay. Now we got to feed this wire through here. I'm not sure whether this bead should be in there or not. We'll see. Next, we have to put the A22 on the top. So the A22's orientation is going to be like this, and it's going to hit numerous places on here. We're going to hit this spot here, 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 up here. So we're going to make sure everything's out of the way. And just get the thing started. Once you get them all started, we can push them down. Take our time going around and pushing them down so we don't crush anything. Okay. Next, it says we take this long wire and we're going to come up around here we're going to loop this around. We're going to go underneath. We're going to go up over here, back down, because we want that LED to be on the bottom. See the LED right there? We want that on the bottom. So we'll have to see how we run that wire there. B17, C21, C35, C39, C41, C42, E61, F7, F13, F14, F15, F16, two F17s, and L11. We need to take the C39, which is here, and the C39 needs to be waxed from here, from this line here, all the way up. From this line here, all the way up and around here. And we're doing that on the printed side. Okay. We're going to take the F17s, the C21, F14, F14, 14, F14, and F13. So we're going to take the C21. It looks like it's oriented like this in the picture. We're going to take the F14 and we're going to put it here. Make sure the printed side of the F14 faces us, like that. Then we're going to take the F13 and we're going to put that in like this. I'm facing the color towards the back on this one, the painted part. On the F17s, they're going to go here and the color will face out. Like that. Next, we're going to take the F16 and we put that on top of that, like that. Make sure it's nice and tight together. Then we're going to take the F15 and the F7, and we're going to make sure that the printed side or the painted side is up, and make sure the painted side is towards this if it's in this orientation, and that's going to go on there like this. Put that through first so that way I can see what's going on the bottom. And then the B17 will go in there like this. I'm going to put the painted side this way towards us, because this here I think would face towards us. Next, we're going to take the C39, which is the one that we waxed. We're going to take what we just made. That's going to go in the top hole in this orientation, like that. Oh, sorry. So the painted side should be to the left, the non-painted side to the right. Make sure this out part that sticks out here is towards us. It goes in here. Then the C42 goes here. The C41, the two printed parts here are going to go to the right. The holes are going to go off to the left, like that. Next, we're going to take the E61 and the L11. The L11 is going to sit behind the E61, kind of like that. So it looks like, and the painted side should be towards us. So it looks like both of these are going to go in this hole here. It looks like they have them such that the E61 goes in first, and then the L11 goes in second. Yeah, and that did work out. Next, the C35, it's going to go on next. The painted side should be off to the right when it's in this orientation here. Okay. That'll look like that in the end. Next, we're going to install this piece. So these two right here are going to go here and here. These back ones here and here are going to go into here and here. It looks like it doesn't look like the wires are going to get in the way, but just be conscious of them. We don't want to break them while we put this piece in. And you can certainly look around the back to see if everything is aligning. There's a right there, and then the other one is down in here. You see a little dark area there, right in there. C34, F56. The C34 is used to keep this from sliding forwards. So we're going to put that right down here. And then the F56, there's a gold side and just a wood looking side. That is going to go here. I'm going to put that right in there. And I have the gold side facing up. Just like that. I have the gold side facing up. B6, B19, B28, B40, C13, J13, J36, J37, J40, J46. The J40 needs to be waxed on the side with the paint. And the whole side needs to be waxed. Okay. We're going to take the B40. There's a larger circle and a smaller circle. So we're going to have the smaller circle on top, and the painted side is going to be off to the left. We're going to take the B6 and stick it into the two holes like this. And let's see, I'm going to say that the painted side should point away from us when you put that through. So it looks like that. Next, we're going to take the C13 and we're going to put it on the smaller, and the printed side will face out. And the same for the B19. The painted side will face out. That way it can be seen like that. Now we're going to take the J46, which is this one, and this side will be off to the right. It is the non-painted side. So on the painted side will be to the left. And we're going to take this assembly and put it into the painted side with the smaller side up like that. Next, we're going to take the J36 and we're going to put it into this hole. And this tab that goes off the back will point away from us. The painted side will go up. Next, we're going to put the J37 in, which is this one. And we want to put this one in so that we can read the text like that. So the letter should face upward. Next, we're going to take the J40 and we're going to put that on this side. And we're going to take the J13 and that's going to go in here like this. You see, this is the smaller spot, this is smaller, this is the wider spot over here. The B28 is going on the bottom with the printed side facing up. Like that. And then this assembly will fit here and here, and then slide down here. You can see how these are set up to slide. Those going to go in the sides and the top, and then it'll slide down. C18, C28, C38, C40 times 2, C44, and J28. The J28 is going to go right here, and it's basically going to keep this piece from coming off of there. Next, we're going to put C18 here and C44 here. Now the C18 is going to go in such that the painted part is to the left and this stepped part here is towards the front of the device. Next goes on the C44. That is going to go in such that the step is to the left and the painted part is towards the front of the device. So it's going to look like that. Next, the C38s, or this is the C38, the C40s are going to go into the C38 like that. And that is wrong. It's going to go in like that. So in the end, with the painted part to the left, the non-painted part faces us. The painted part faces away. It's going to look like that. And the ROKR, you can see it's readable there. Next, the C28 is going to go on the back of that, and the painted part, when we put this on, is going to go on the towards the left, like that. And then that whole assembly is going to fit here. Two C12s, which makes a point that the C12 and the C40, which we installed on the previous part, are not the same. So make sure you have the C12 here. C20, C43, J9, J14 times 2, J17, J18, J35 times 2, and J42. So we're going to take C43 and we're going to put the J or C12s into the back of those, and they're going to go in there like that. So with the C43, if the print is off to the right, you'll put the C12 in such that the painted part is towards you. And that goes for both of them. So they both look like that. Next, we have the C20 here, and these two parts here are going to go into these two here, and all of the printed part will be off to the right, at least in the orientation that I'm putting this together, and actually it's the same orientation they show in the manual. And that'll look like that. Next, we're going to get the J35. And we're going to put the J42, the painted side looks like it will be up. Here the painted side needs to face out. I'm thinking this one should probably face out as well, because I'm guessing it's going to be pretty well covered. So let's put the painted side facing out on both sides. That makes the most sense there. If we need to switch it later, we'll come back and switch it. Next, we're going to take the J14s, and that's going to go in there like that. And we want the painted side out again. Next, we're going to take the J9, the J9, we're going to take the J42 and we're going to stick the J35 into the J42, and we're going to have it such that the painted sides always face to the outside. Next, we're going to put in the J14s again, have the painted side point out. look like that. Then we're going to take the J9 and we're going to put that on here like this. Just like that. Then we're going to take the J17 or the J18. I'm going to put that in here. It'll only go into, there's a short one and a long one. This one goes into the longer of the two. And the J17 goes in like this. So the painted side of the J18 is towards this and the J17 is to the right. J10. So the J10 is going to be put in with the present to the under the bow to the top, paint towards us. The hole is off to the right, and the paint is towards us on this piece. This will slide in there like that, and then this will go down into here. So we need to put this piece in, and it's going to go here and here. Like that. Now, the present is going to go in there like this. And that looks like it's going to go into this hole right here. See that right there? It's going to go in there. Just like that. D6, 2 E3s, H11, H12. So we're going to take the part we assembled a minute ago, and we're going to wrap this all the way around, and these holes here will fit over top of will go in over here. So it's going to look like this. Well, at least in theory, that's what's going to happen. And it does fit. Looks like that when it's done. Next, we're going to hold it like this, such that the part that hangs down is on the right hand side. The H11 will have the printed side pointing to the outside, and that's going to go here and encapsulate the ends of the piece we just wrapped around, keeping it stable. And we're going to do the same thing on the other end, and then we're going to use the H12 on the other end. It'll look like that. Then we're going to take this and insert it into the D6. So we're going to put it into, we're going to hold it such that these smaller tabs are on top, like this. And this longer piece is going to go here, the shorter one will go here, this one will go here, the shorter one will go up here. Now here you're going to want to be careful because you only want to push on these end pieces to get that in there. And that'll look like that. Next, with the painted side pointing up, and in the right hand, we're going to put these here and here. We'll start with this back one first. And then this one here, the painted side, pointed towards the awning, and in the end it'll look like that. D36, E1, E26, E30 times 2, and an R2. Now the R2 has a plastic film on it that we'll need to peel off. So the first thing we're going to do is take the D36 with the printed side up, and that's going to go here, here, and here, like this, with these pointing up and the printed pointing up, and that's going to go in there like that. Try to be careful with it. It feels like this could break pretty easily. So next we're going to take the E1 and it will be oriented like this. So the printed side is to the left. We're going to take this piece and it's going to go on there like that. I'm going to guess I'm going to put the larger flake at the top, and then the E30s will be put in to hold that in place like that. Now on the E30s I'm putting the painted side up. So it looks like a piece of glass there. Next, we're going to take the piece we just put together and the E1 that we just did is going to go on this side over here. This edge here is going to curve in here, and then this is going to go back here, or in this hole here, this one right here. So we're going to do the curve first, and then we're going to put that one in there. And you want to make sure this is flush here, right here. Then we're going to do the same thing to the other side with the E26 again, and the painted side should be out on these. And same kind of deal, this hole here. E28 and E29. These are going to go on the top here. E29 is going to go on this side, and the E28 will go on this side. So the first thing we need to do is this is going to need to go into the end here, like that. This will wrap around, and you'll want to put those in there. We're going to do the same thing to the other side. It's going to go in there like that. Next, we're going to put this over here, there and there. This side is going to go here and here, and then on the top, this will go here, this will go here, so we want to make sure our wire is out of the way. And then this is going to go into this little slot right here, right there. So let's get these front ones on first. You're going to want to try to work with the front side first. And the instructions call it out to do that. And then this, we should be able to push that down and slide it in there. And the wire isn't pinched. There's a little gap there for the wire, so that should be fine. And then this side over here, we'll go like that. And it should look like that. A23. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap some of these beads around A23 and along these positions in here. A23 will eventually be tipped up, and this part here is going to fit down into here. So what we need to do is initially we're going to position A23 like this, with this part off to the left, and we're going to bring this wire up like this, and we're going to position it such that one of these little bulbs is here, and we're going to wrap the wire around like that. And we're going to go over the top, and we're going to go underneath, and we're going to position this bulb here. I'm going to go back under, like that. So we got this bulb here and here. So then, now that those two bulbs are in place, we're going to take this and we're going to put it under here, or we're going to put this piece into its position like that. Then the bead positions here, or we're going to put the beads are going to go on the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down we're going to go towards the front and wrap it down, and we want that bead to come on the bottom of this little tab. It should be positioned on the bottom of the tab like that. See the bead there? It's going to be on the bottom. Then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to have it come to the side, to the other side, and then we're going to put the bead on the bottom and wrap that like that. And we're going to do the same thing here, here, and here. So again, bead on the bottom. Bead on the bottom. Again, bead on the bottom here. And then we're going to go through this hole here. And this is the longer wire, by the way. Then, well, that's it for this set of frames. On the next set, we have another route to take on that. And as you can see, I'll try to show you best I can. You can see the little beads are on the bottom, shining into the inner area. And these beads here are towards the front. So there's a bead here and a bead here towards the front. A46, C8, F9, F10, 2 F11s. So it says we want to feed our wire through this top hole here where the other wire is coming through. So let's go ahead and do that now. Well, we'll just pull it through and then, yeah. So then we'll just slide that under there like that. That I think is easier rather than try and pull it through. And we'll just put it off to the right or to the left so it's out of the way. Now we're going to take the A46 and we're going to hold it in this orientation here with this hole off to the left. The F9 will fit on top of that like this. And then we're going to come from the back side with the F10 up here and the F11 down here. So again, and the painted side of this there is no painted side of the A46, so we'll just put it like that. The painted sides of the F9 should point out. So then we're going to take the F10, which is this one. That's going to go here, like that. So there's two holes here. One is wider than the other one. One is circular, the other one is like a triangle-ish. And the triangle one needs to, is for the F10. The other one is for the F11. Again, the F11 comes in from the back. Okay. Now, this piece is going to go through this hole here, like that. And the other F11 is going to go down like this. And that'll go in there. And it looks like I got the wrong part. So I actually got out the C7 instead of the C8. So we're going to put the C7 aside for now, and we'll use that later. So now we need to put the C8 in. The C8 is going to go here, and here, and here. It's going to hold all that together. Now, so we want the printed side again to face out so it can be seen. And we're going to put, it says to put the bottom in first, which we did. Next, we're going to put the A23 in, just get it started. Then we're going to go and get the A46 started. And then we'll just slowly press them in. So now that's all held nice and stable. And that's what it looks like. one more. We'll do one more. C7. E7. E7, E10, E10, F12, F12, F12. This is the C7 we used before, or that I pulled out incorrectly. We're fine, we're going to use it. Then E7, E10, F12. E, or the C7 and the F12 are going to go together in this lower hole like this. Okay. They are going to get placed here such that this notch will go into here. This hole here will go on to here. And there's a hole right here that's going to go right here. So we're going to go ahead and put that in now. We'll start with the biggest one first, and then try to get this. I'm gonna get this smaller one maybe first. Then we'll go for this bigger one. Push that in, and push that in. And just as you do this, always make sure your wires aren't pinched. Next, we're going to put on the E7. So the printed side's going to go up, and that's going to go along here. Make sure none of your wires are going to get pinched. They all should be out of the way, but just have a check. Next, we're going to put on the E10. Now the E10 is going to go this hole and this hole are going to go here and here. Then it looks like we're going to go, this hole will go here, this one will go here, and then this will go back into this hole here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with the back holes first. You're going to start there, and that's what the directions say to do. Then we're going to go to this side over here. I'm going to put that one in. Then we're going to come up to the front and get these in. And make sure none of your wires are pinched, and they are not. You can see here that the wire does run through here, So I think what we're going to do is adjust that wire a little bit. We're going to move it forward just a tiny bit, so that way it's not getting pinched in there at all. That way, if that needs to come down, it's not going to pinch that wire. And we'll look up from the bottom. Move the wire out of the way just a little bit from the bottom so it doesn't block the little light right. Where was that? It's right up in here. It's kind of hard to see. Right there. A25, H9, H15, 2 H27s, Q2, 2 P15s. So it looks like we need to do a significant amount of waxing here. So it looks like we need to do some waxing here. And this area here needs to be waxed. I'm going to wax the other side too. Looks like these gears need to sit up against it, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Not only that, the inside of these circles need to be waxed. All 3 of them in this area. Both gears need to be waxed on the cogs, and also we're going to wax the front and the back surface. Do the H15 now. Now we need to do the outer edge of the H27s. Okay, so now we're going to take a H27 and we're going to put the two screws, the P15s, through the H27. Next, we're going to take the H9 and holding the screws in the left hand, we want the circles on the H9 to go to the left, like that. Then we're going to put on the Q2 and then the other H27. Next, we're going to hold this in this orientation and it's going to go through this hole here, like that. Then we're going to put the H15 on next. Now, the H15, the holes are a little bit smaller. That way the screws can affix themselves. And before we get that one all buttoned up, we're going to get this one going. And we're going to snug those up and then make sure that turns freely because we don't want that being too tight. I think that's plenty tight on the screws. H16, H24, H26, H27, L10, Q2, bag 1, P3, 2 P15s, and the P18. So the parts that need to be waxed are the H16, the H24, and they get waxed on the outside, and the surface of the H24 gets waxed. We're going to leave the wax surface up so we know that for the H24. The H26 gets waxed along its only the cogs get waxed. And the H27 gets waxed on the outside. Okay, now, so we're going to take the H24 and we're going to take the two screws. We're going to put the screws through the H24 such that the side we waxed, which is up in this case, is going to go off to the left. The wax side goes to the left, the screws come in from the right. Then we're going to put on there the H27 next. Then we're going to put on the Q2. That if we hold it in this orientation here, we're going to call this the front and this side the back. It's going to come through the back side through this hole here, like that. We are going to put the H26 on next, and you'll want to make sure that the gears mesh, the cogs on the gear mesh with this one here. Then we're going to put in the H16. Now the H16 won't slide on because that's supposed to be what holds the screws attached there. And then we'll get this other side screwed down. Okay, now we can tighten it down. Now you're going to want to test this to make sure it turns freely. Because you can get, if it's too tight, you're going to get a lot of friction between the gear and this back plate. So that looks like that. And you'll note the screw heads for this one are on this side. When we flip it over, the screw heads for this one are on the other side. And that's how the instruction says to put it together. Now we're moving on to the P18. Okay, this is going to go through this right here. This part here is going to go through, there's a slice here, and that's going to go through there. Like that. Then the holding it like this, the L10 is going to go into this hole here, both of them, and the painted side as we're putting this in should go towards us like this. It is a tight fit. Like that. Then the bag 1P3, if you flip it over, there's a tan side and the black side. On this side, if you split it, you'll see there's a seam there. We're just going to take one side and this is an adhesive to hold this together. So what we're going to do is put this down the middle. It's going to hold this part here down. And that'll look something like that. A20, A52, 2 F-33s, 2 H-8s, H-18, K-10, L2, L5, L7, L13, L16, and the M4. Now the outside of the H-18 is to be waxed. The gear is also supposed to be waxed, the K10. I'll go ahead and get that waxed up. Now, based on the picture and what they say to wax, it looks like they want the surface at least somewhat waxed, so we're going to go ahead and do that. The side that is up is the part that is waxed. So we're going to take the A20. We're going to have the arrows pointing the arrows to the left, and the A52 is going to go into the A20 like that. Now, with the arrow still pointing to the left, we're going to take A, H8, and we're going to put that on from the left hand side. Like that. Then we're going to take an F-33, put that on, and it looks like the painted side will go to the right. That is a guess, because it doesn't make any distinguish. It doesn't distinguish in the manual. Okay, next goes on the K10, which is the gear, and we want the wax side to the outside of that. Next, we're going to take the H18 and put that on, like that. Next, we're going to keep this side off to the left still. We're going to put an H8 on again. Now pay attention to the orientation of the H8. It'll only really go on one way, because it's got a longer and a shorter cross section, or the cutouts in the middle. Now we're going to put on the F-33. Like that. Now we're going to put on the M4. Like that. And that whole thing there is put together now. Now, what did I forget? In the manual, it shows that these should be done first, but I don't believe it matters too much, the order. So we're going to take, and we're going to hold it like this. We already know we have our carousel on there. So the next one, which is going to go here, will be the L13. That one looks like the airplane. Put that on there. And we want all the painted parts to fit out on the same side. Be careful when putting these on. It's kind of a tight fit. Next is the L7, which is the little teddy bear. Okay. Next is the L5, which is the rocking horse. Next is the L16, which is the duck. Then we have the train, which is the L2. As you do this, you want to be careful. I don't know how hard this is to rip, but I don't want to find out either. And we're going to just look at them all and make sure that they're seated down in there. Okay, I think that's it on that. That's what it looks like when it's done. Two A12s, four A29s. Keep in mind the A29s are bundled in two different locations on the piece of plywood, and they are in two different spots on there. So there's 3 in one spot, 3 in the other. So when you find the first 3, you'll have to look for the other one. They're not too far away, but they're not together. 2 A43s, 2 A48s, B42, E4, M3, 2 P7s. So we need to do some waxing here. We are going to wax the inside of this large circle on the B42. We're also going to wax some of the area on the surface on both sides. Like that. Next thing that gets waxed is the M3. We're going to wax this surface here and the inside surface as well. The A43s and the A48s get waxed. So the A43s are going to get waxed on a surface like that. Do the same thing to the other one. And we're having our wax surface be up. The A48s get waxed on the outside edge. So the first thing we're going to do is take the B42 and we're going to put it like this, such that the unpainted side is to the left, the painted side is to the right. We're going to take the E4 and we're going to put that here like that, and we're going to put the bag 1 P7s through this hole and this hole, and they'll go through this one and this one. Now we'll get this other one in. Next, we're going to take the assembly we made earlier with the gear on the left-hand side. We're going to take that and put that into this hole here that we just waxed. Then from the other side, we're going to take the, I think we're going to wax. I guess it doesn't need it. We're going to take the M3 and we're going to put it on there such that these cogs here are off to the right. And like that, and it looks like it probably just snaps together, presses together. And you can see it does run on there fairly smoothly. So next we're going to put on the A12s. Now the A12s are going to be positioned like this, with these two pieces up and the pieces that step down should be off to the right hand side. You can see how there's a step down here and this is just there like that. So what we're going to do is these are going to be put in from onto the non-painted side, and they're going to go in there like that. And we're going to do the same thing with the other one. Next, we're going to take the A48. That's going to go like this. We're going to take one of the A29s, and you'll see how these two holes here, this one and this one, are a little different. They got these little divots on them, whereas these don't. This is going to go into the holes with those little divots. That one and this one, and they're going to go so that they basically align with that center hole like that. Then the A43 is going to go on top of that. Just like that. And we're going to do that twice. And we have 2 rollers. Two A32s, bag 1 P6, P13 2. So now it indicates that the smaller of the 2 circles here also need to be waxed on the outside. It had not indicated that earlier, but it only indicates that it needs to be waxed on one. I'm just going to do them both. That way I don't have to concern myself so much with remembering which side it was. Okay, so what we got to do is we're going to take the A32s. This curved part here should point up, and the curved part should point down like this. The curves should be pointing away from each other, and what we're going to do is these 2 are going to get stuck into the larger of the 2 wheels here, and it's going to get pressed all the way through. Like that, and like that. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. The larger of the 2 wheels go inside. And when it's done, it will look like that. The next thing we have to do is put the P13 onto the P6. Just one end for now. So we're going to get it started, and then we'll press it down with our tool to make sure it goes all the way to the edge. Next, we're going to take this assembly, the one with these here, and we're going to stick the P6 through the hole here. Then we're going to take this assembly and stick it onto the P6 like that. Then we're going to take this. Now they have the train at the end. I'm going to orient it like they have it. And it's going to go over all of this. Like that. Just like that. And you'll notice that there's these little slots. They help feed so it doesn't slip. And so you'll put these cogs into those slots. And you'll also notice that I have the painted side of these up, away from the back side. Next, we are going to put this on here. This will go into this hole here. This one will go here. And then these two are going to go here and here. So this should help stiffen everything up. That in there. Okay, there's the first one started. Second one, got to get that gear. Got to get that in there next. Okay. That's seated, that looks good. That also looks good. And now what we're going to do is take the P13, stick it on the top here, and we're going to press it into place with this tool. Like that. Now it should turn. It does seem to turn. Put our train back down there on the end. So that looks pretty good. A24, B21, E5, 2, bag 1, P7. Looks like we need to do some more waxing. We need to wax these two holes here. Looks like we just need to wax the center of the holes. Okay. First thing we're going to do is the A24 will go onto this A25 that we did earlier. Okay, that's seated nicely. Next, we're going to put the E5 onto the B21 like this. The screws will come from this side through to the other side. So we're going to kind of line the holes up by sight. You can look down through and see the color there. So that's how I line those up, is just by sight. Okay. Do the same thing to this side. I don't think these need to be overly tight, so just snug them. It looks like it's just a decoration. So now, this piece is going to go over top of this. This will go into this hole, that one, and the bottom here is going to go into here. Now, once we get all of that together, let's test this again to make sure it spins. It looks like it's spinning okay. Now, this, we need to make sure we don't pinch any of our lighting here. So we're going to put this down out of the way. This piece is going to slide onto here. So each of these will go here, 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 and here. And it's going to slide from the end like this. So these are oriented like that. We're going to put them down in there. And then they should just slide back easily. That'll look like that. A21, 2 A44s, A45, 2 F54s, 2 F65s. So it looks like what we want to do is rotate this so that we're looking at it like this. Now the A45 is going to go on here like this. So these two holes here are going to go here and here. The lower holes are going to go here and over here. And just make sure the wires are out of the way as best you can. Next, the A44s are going to go in here. So they're going to go in here and down here. That's going to keep that whole assembly from sliding around. Next, we have the A21, which is going to go in like this. That is going to go down here. I'm going to slide it in to this hole here, and it's going to go into this slot. It's going to go in there, and then it's just going to, once it's fully in, it should just slide down like that. Next, we're going to take the F54. We're going to have the painted side off to the right. We're going to put the F65s such that the painted parts are to the outside. Like that. And then the other F54 is going to go here. Up. Yep, let's try that again. Looks like that. A9, 2 A19s, A35, 2 F55s, H7, 2 F25s. So some of these need to get waxed. So the A25s, or sorry, H25s need to get waxed on the outside. The A35 needs to pretty much get waxed everywhere. The The H7 needs the cogs waxed as well as one side. So we get the cogs waxed, and then we'll wax the side with the text on it, just so we know which side we waxed. We'll also leave it up when we set it down. Okay, so we're going to take the A9 and we're going to put the H7 on the A9 with the wax pointing to the right. Then we're going to put on an H25. You're fine. Next, we're going to put on the A19. And I think we'll put the printed side out. Then this all gets put through here. Then we put on another A19. And an A35 with the wax side towards the A19. I'm not sure why they had us wax that. The inside, but they did, towards the A19. Then we're going to put on the A35, or the H25, sorry. And we're going to put the F55s on the top and the bottom of this assembly here. So now what we're going to do is the orientation that we need to put this in is like this. We need to make sure that these wires are out of the way, and this piece is going to fit into this hole and this hole. So it says the first thing we should do is this longer side goes into here. It says to put that in first. Oh, I'm sorry. The inner piece is what it says to put in first. And then we just slide that outer piece like that. We also want to make sure these gears line up over here. And we need to pay attention to the wire position because we don't want them getting bound up in there. J24, bag 1, P2, it's the belt, and P15. So we need to make sure that these align, so we can turn this a little bit. Let's turn it just to make sure everything turns okay. You can see that spinning. Everything looks pretty good. So now what we need to do is put this belt on. And what we need to do is put it on the bottom first. down here. So what we're going to do is put the belt on down there first, and then we're going to put it on up here as well, like that. Now it's got a little play in it, but it's got these teeth and the belt, the cogs in the belt will help with that. So next we take the P24, or the J24 and the P15. I'm going to screw that to here. We'll get this started. We're going to put that in there like that. Then we'll take the screw and we're going to screw that in there. Okay. B36, B37, J5, J6, J7, and J8. So we're going to take the J6 and we're going to take the third B36 and the J7. And that's going to go on here like this. And then that is going to go on to the J6 like this. So it looks like that. Do the same thing with the J8. That's going to go on there like this. That's going to go on here. And then these two pieces are going to go on here. So the J6 is going to go down here, and the other side's going to go over here. So that's going to go in there like this. That down all the way. Yes, it looks like it's down all the way. And then this goes over here. Okay, now the next thing it wants us to do is test it. So, what we're going to do is make sure all the lights are out of the way. That over there. Now we're going to plug it in. And then we're going to turn it on and watch and make sure everything moves smoothly. This looks good over here. They're moving smoothly. All these parts still seem to be moving smoothly. So I guess that means we can move on. A26 times 2, A28 times 2, A50, A53, H19, J16 times 3, J32, J51, K2. Now it looks like the J51 needs to be waxed pretty much all over, so we're going to go ahead and do that on the sides. It even looks like it gets waxed. We're going to wax the top and the bottom. Now the H19, the cogs get waxed. So the first thing we're going to do is take the A53 and we're going to make sure that these are pointing up like that, and we're going to put the A28s in like this. So this little open part here points to the left. And the other A28 is going to go in the exact same way. The A50 is going to go on this end. And these will be pointing up as well, like that. Now, the K2 is going to go in there like this. This is the orientation they're showing. So these open parts here are to our left, and the K2 is going to sit down in here like this with the painted side pointing up. And it looks like that's going to go down into the A28s. Like that. So these open sections point towards this flat part. Next, we're going to take the A26s and we're going to put them in here and over here. Like that. I'm going to take the A51 and we're going to put the J16s into the A51. And they'll look like that. Then the H19 is going to go on top of that. And the H22, or I'm sorry, the J32 is going to go on top of that. And I have the printed part facing out so it can be seen. So it looks like that. A30, A31, A51, G2, G6, and a P15. So we need to wax, we need to sandpaper and wax the G6. So we're going to make sure that it smooths around. Okay, now we're going to wax it. And now we're going to take the G2, and that also gets waxed around the outside. And then the surface also gets waxed. Now it doesn't show the other surface. I'm just going to wax them both. It's not going to hurt. So. And the inside needs to be waxed as well. So we're going to take the G6 and we're going to put the A31 in. The A31 goes into this smaller hole on the G6, and the A30 goes into this larger one. Next, that is going to go up through the assembly we made earlier. And I have the printed part pointed up. Like that. Next, the G2 is going to go down into, or I'm sorry, this assembly is going to go down into the G2. It should rotate. So we're going to put a little bit of wax here. Down inside of the G2. And then the A51 snaps onto the bottom here. It doesn't say to wax the A51, so there must be enough space that that's not going to be a problem. And that turns pretty smoothly. In fact, it says to make sure that that turns smoothly. Then we're going to put the P15 down into here. And it says when you put the P15 in, make sure that you don't over tighten it. You want it to hit the surface of the wood, but not dent it. So I'm thinking something like that. Next, this whole assembly is going to go on here. So the flat part is to the left. This part is to the left, this flat part here. And that is going to get seated on top of here. So let's go ahead and get that in there. We're just going to start these first. Okay, those two are started. Then we're going to come over here and start this one. And that still spins. Looks like that. J3 times 2, H23, H26. They're going to go on top of this assembly. The first thing we're going to put on is the H23. Is this one, and it'll only go on there one way. I am having the side that's printed on is facing up. See the little dots? Next, we're going to put on the H28. Again, we're going to have the printed side pointed up. Then we're going to put on the J3s. They're going to basically hold this down. So we're going to put on the J3 here, like that. And we're going to put the other one over here. Just like that. D8, D37, D38, F5, F20, F61. Now in the pictures they note that there's a side with snow and a side without snow. This is the side with the snow. You flip it over, side without the snow. So we're going to take the D37, this one, and we're going to take the D8, and we're going to have the side with the D8. The side without the snow is facing towards us on the D8. The side without the snow of the D37 is pointed to the right, and they'll go together like that. Then we're going to take the D38, and the side without the snow should be to the left, and that's going to go down onto here. like that. Okay. Next, we're going to take the F5. We're going to have it such that the painted side is up. Then we're going to take the F61. That's going to go here with the print or the painted part to the left, like that. The F20 looks like it's going to go with the painted part to the left as well. It's going to go on this here. Like that. F1, F3, F6, F21, F39, F41, F44, F45, F62, F63. So, as we hold this, we're going to have the side pointing to us that is not printed on. You see that there? That's the printed side. It'll be this side. We're going to grab the F45. That's the F21, 39. This one here, no, that's 44. This is 45, F45, and we're going to put that in here. And we're going to put it in so the painted side is up. You'll have to move these up and down a little bit. Okay, then the F39. This one is going to go down next. The third one is this one with this stuff on it. And we have the next one is the F1, which is this one, which is going to go down here. That looks right. Now we're going to take the F44, which is this one, and we're going to put the F63, which is the little bell, and you want the painted part to face outward, like that. Then we're going to take the F21, and we're going to put that on the F41, this one, and the painted part goes out again. Then we're going to take the F3, which is this one, and we're going to put the bubblegum wrapper or something on it. It goes pointed. You want to make sure that the painted part goes out on that as well, like that. Then we're going to flip this over so that we can see the printed part, and the F44 is going to go in here. Next, we're going to put in the F41. That's going to go in here. Then goes in the F6, and then the F3, like that. Next, this is going to go down into here. So the flat part is off to the left, and I think it's going to go, this is the wider part, I believe, so that's going to go in here in the wider section. That'll sit down in there like that. D7, E12, F36, N4, N5. So the D7 goes on top of here. I have the painted side pointing up. Looks like the painted side might need to point down. Now we're going to put on the D7. It looks like the painted side, it doesn't matter because both sides are painted. So that's going to go on here. So this little piece had broken on me right here. So what I'm going to do, put this little piece up in here. And put that on there. The N4 and the N5 go together like this. Okay, now this is going to go down on top of here. So the open parts should go towards the flat side. The parts that go up, I had it upside down, are the ones with the holes in them. See, these top tabs have holes in them. So we're going to put that down there, and that should fit down into this other piece. Now what we want to do is turn that to make sure everything is clear, and it indeed appears to be clear. Now, with the flat part off to the left, we're going to take the E12, that is going to go into this inner set of holes here. One, two, three, four, five, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inner holes. So we're going to put that in there. Get one started and move to the next. Oop, that was a little quicker than I thought that should go. And just all the way around. And we're going to slowly push those down in there. Then, and the green part should point out, the painted part, and then we're going to come back through with the F36, and that's going to go on the outer set of holes. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with those being closer together. So we're going to start all the way here in the back, or on the left side, and we're going to do exactly the same thing, working our way around. Try it. That one needs to be down a little bit further. To be careful not to break that. It looks like it may already be starting to break a bit. We're going to come to this one. Luckily there are spares of these. Okay, now we're going to go back through and try and get these down a little further. It should go fine as long as you go slow with it. It should be fine. And that's what that looks like. B3 and D31. So the D31 is going to go on first. That's going to go on here, down over the tabs with the holes in them. The B3, the painted side, is going to go up, and it's going to slot into the tabs, into those holes in the tabs. And there we go. The other thing it says we need to do is have the front, where it says front, pointing towards us with the flat side of the piece here pointing to the left. So it makes kind of a 90-degree angle there. Next, this piece is going to slide into here. So these slides are going to go into these slots here. And it looks like we need to make sure that the blue wire, which is the one coming out here, is up and out of the way. So we're going to put that on there. I'm going to make sure that gets slotted in there. Let's see here. Okay, so that went down in there, you can see on the bottom, and then that'll slide. But I need to make sure this is out of the way. And everything should, the gears should mesh together. Down in here, down in there. And this should come out the top. Like that. A34, A37, A40, A42, 3 D17s, 2 D18s, D25, and G5. So we're going to take the A34, and we have these arrows on it. The arrows are going to face up. The printed side basically faces up. And we're going to take the D17s and we're going to put them in these holes here. And they're going to go in like this. This part, all the openings are going to face out. And I'm going to do the same thing here. And here. Next, we're going to put in the D18s. They're going to go here and here. And there's a longer side and then the shorter one here. The longer side is the one we're going to use. And again, these face out. Like that. Then we're going to hold it like this, and we're going to get the A40. The A40 is going to go in here like this. The A37 is going to go on this side. The A42 is going to go in from the back. Just like that. The G5, we actually should have put that on a little earlier. We need the arrows to line up with the arrows that are down here on this part. Yeah, this piece probably would have been easier to put on if I'd have followed the instructions, but it's not bad. Just slowly push it down. Okay. Next, we put the D25 into the top here. Then we're going to hold this out of the way, and this is going to go in with this open part to the left when it's in this configuration. And these are going to go in these holes around there. And make sure you don't pinch the wire. That one is started. Let's see here. What's the best way to get this down in here? Okay. It's a little tough to get down in there, so just be aware of that. And that's going to look like that. Next thing we have to do is we're going to run this wire. So it looks like as we bring this up, we're going to run this wire through here and then up. So initially what we have to do is we're going to run the wire through here, then through here, and one of the beads should be on this side of this. The next bead looks like it will be on this side of this one. So let's run that through there now. And you see that bead there? Then we're going to come through here, and this bead's there. Next, we're going to continue our way around, and it's going to go through here, up, up through here, like that, through there, up through here, and then at this point we would wrap around here as many times as we need to wrap. So this should be about 2 centimeters long, and as you can see, we're a bit longer than that. So what we're going to do, we're going to wrap this under here. We're going to come back up through here, like that. So now we're about a little short 2 centimeters, but that'll be just fine, because what it wants us to do is put this light up there kind of like that. So we'll make fine adjustments as we put more pieces on. So just to give you an idea how that goes, you can see it comes up through there, through this hole here, bead here, through that hole, through this bottom hole, through this one here, up through here, up through here, and I had to do a loop down under and back out here in order for these to be the proper length. Now, it also wants you to make sure that there's enough there that it's not going to interfere with these moving parts here. 3 J20s, Q1, N3. The first thing we're going to do is put our J20s on the N3. Now the next thing that's going to happen is the LED here is going to go into this right here. I guess that prevents it from crushing down too much. These are going to go in here. These back here are going to go down. Let me see if I can lift that up a little bit. Down here and here. So we want to make sure that the wire comes up through here. We want to make sure we don't pinch it. Okay, so we're going to have to do this little loopy thing they were talking about. So what I'm going to do is have that there, and then lift it up like that. That's just the way all this fits together. Okay, let's check that. Okay, we're going to put a little bit more in that. Okay, I'm still not liking that too much. We'll keep working at it. We'll get it eventually. Still not liking that. Okay, let's put some more bend in it. Make it a little deeper bend, I guess. Pull. Try that. So I'm making it look like that. Better to take our time and try to get this where it needs to be. Now, this side is in, and this side is in as well. And you can see that light is all the way up at the top of the plastic right there. So that should not interfere with the motion of the thing, of the conveyor there. This piece goes on. And so this end is going to go here and here. Get that on there first. Actually, we should probably try and put that over there first. Okay. And then this. I'm going to go on there like that. This is going to bend over because it's going to go into this slice here. So we're going to put that in there now. And then pop these on, or try to, onto here. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Need to get these guys on. Let me try my, just using my, there, pushed it on with my finger. That worked much better. And I think that's got that. Two D11s, D28, D29, and D30. Now, holding this like this, the D28 is going to go here. The D29 will go here. They're different sizes, and they come up from the bottom. Also, pay attention to the arrows on there, right there. The manual shows you how the arrows should be pointing, and they're kind of pointing like this. So we're going to come up from the bottom with a D28. Then we're going to come up from the bottom on the D29. That. Then the D11s are going to go in on the top with the stepped part pointing up. So this side is going to go down into the D30. Same on this side. And it's going to look like that. Then they have it oriented in this way. This is going to go on top of here. So let's see. It looks like this arrow is pretty much going to go towards this arrow here. We're going to be connecting these three. It'll only go on one way, really, because of the position of these three holes. And we're going to check and make sure those are flush. Looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. I think I can go down just a wee bit more. Okay, I'm much happier with that now. B18, B20, 2 F-34s, F-37, J-25, J-26, 4 J-29s. So it looks like we're going to take the B-18 and we're going to take the J-29s and they're going to go up through these points here from the bottom. Painted side should be up. There's that one. Next, so the next thing we're going to do is take the B30. That is going to go on the top of here. Let's move these parts over here, still keeping them in order. So this is going to go on here. I don't see any arrows on it, but we do want the painted side up. And the orientation we want this is the way this is currently configured. This should be off to the right, so it should go in this way. Okay. Next, the B18 is going to go on and it's going to attach to this part here and the one on the other side. I'm going to turn it like this so I can see a little better. And that sounds like that's seated. Next, the F-37 is going to go into one of the F-34s. And you'll want to make sure that it goes in there such that it's like that. So that way it's even with or parallel to this top. Oop, hang on a second. Let's see here. So what we want to do is, in here this is flat. So we want that to be flat like this. Next we're going to put the F-37 into the F-34s. We want it to be flat. Better yet, let's just put it in here. It'll go about halfway in, like that. Then we want this star to follow the same contours as this star. So one of the star points will go up. We will do the same thing for the other side. And there we go. Next, we're going to take the J25. That's going to go on this side. And this is going to go on top of that. Put that in there like that. The painted side or the printed side should be up. Then the F26 is going to go on this side. Like that. Two E11s, and they're going to go on top like this. Based on the picture, it looks like they set up a little bit like that. So the next thing we need to do is test it to make sure that this spins properly and to make sure our lights are still lit. Make sure everything runs smoothly. Before we start, we're going to make sure these are out of the way. And we're going to plug our USB cable in. Okay. They are both out of the way, so let's see. That's running smoothly. Our light here isn't being hit, as you can see. We'll let it do a full round just to make sure. Yep, that looks good. The tree is spinning nicely. Everything looks pretty good. G20, G22. So we're going to put the G22 in first. This is oriented like this. G22 is going to go on like this. It's going to go here. So this is going to go here. And this will go here. So what we want to do is get these wires up out of the way. And we're going to put this part in first. Then we're going to come over here and put this right here on there. Like that. There is no front and back to that. It basically will go in one direction. Next, we're going to turn this around. The G20 is going to go here. And the wires are going to go up through the G20. So I'm gonna put it back here. So what we're gonna do, in our wires inside of there, and then it's gonna go in there. Make sure the wires aren't pinched. I've got a light very near there. So what I think I'm going to do is, I would rather have the light on the upper side. Yeah. Put that there, and we'll pop that G20 back out. And then we're going to bring this up a little tighter, and that one as well. So that'll allow us to get the light above the G20. And so that's good, and that's good. Okay, next, we have those in. So now we're going to take this red line and we're going to take it, that's the silver wire. We're going to take this, run it over here, and then we're going to run it back through here, like this. I'll tip this up and show you what it looks like. So we run it from here, through here, out to the front, which you can see there, and then we come back through this hole here. Okay, G15, G20. So what we're going to do is the wire we're going to run over here is the one with this panel on it. We're going to run it over, and it's going to go up through this G20 is basically going to stabilize that wire. And so we're going to put that in. So right there's where that goes. Again, try not to pinch the wire. Okay, that moves pretty well. So now we have this, and we have a bulb right there. Should be a little more centered, but that's okay. Next, we're going to put in the G15, and it looks like it's going to go in like this. Let's see. So what we're going to do is leave about 4 centimeters here. And what it's going to do is it's going to come through this side, on the top, like that. It's going to come all the way through, and this bulb is going to go right here, so it's between the two holes. So then we're going to feed this back through like this. Like that. Then it comes back through this other hole over here. Okay. So we'll pull this back through there. I'm going to hold that bulb in place. Pull that through. Next, we're going to come down through this hole, down here, out the back, then we're going to come back through this hole here, like that. Just like that. So as we continue working with this, it looks like this bead should be in the center here. So we're going to go back through this hole, and our goal is to get this bead in the center. What we'll do is we'll pull that back, and I'm going to pull that through there because I'm going to bend that wire up like that. Then I need to come back through this hole here. Bending it down might be better. So, just to cover what we did, we came through here, out through this hole, left a bead here, back into this hole, around the back, back out this hole, go down, then we're going to go in this hole, back out through this hole, leave a bead here, then we're going to go back in this hole and then back out this one. Do I want to try to twist that bead? I can try. So this bead didn't set in here very well, so we're going to try and adjust it a little bit. It was aiming towards the back. That's better. And we're going to go back through there again. So that was an adjustment I don't think I necessarily need to make. These shine pretty well. So back through this one. And there we go. So when you do this, make sure it's long enough so that this hole, make sure this is long enough so that this can go into this hole here, this hole here, because that's where it's going to eventually go. I looked ahead in the directions a little bit. So I think we are just about the right distance. G18, G19, G20, G21, L1, L18. So we need the L18, which is this one, and the G21, this. So what we're going to do is, this is positioned like this. We want the painted side to point to the right. So it looks like it's going to go in there like that. Now, this is going to go in this hole up here. This one right here. So we'll go ahead and do that. There's a little cutout for the wire to run through. So make sure you get it on the end of that cutout, because you don't want to pinch the wire. Then we're going to take the G20 or the G18. Its orientation is like this. We're going to put in, we're going to run the wire, the LED wire, through G18 like that. Then we're going to take L1, and that's going to go into these two holes here with the printed side facing towards us. Like that. Now, this will go into the bottom of the G15, like this. Okay. That wire is going to come out the bottom. And the G19, the printed side is going to go to the right. This will go down towards the bottom, and that's going to go on this side here like this. Okay, try to make sure to get everything flush so it's all together. Now, what we're going to do is, it says we should pull the wire through first. Now the wire is going to go through this lower hole here, this one, because these other parts, or these connections here, are going to go into this one and this one. So let's put that in next. Pull the wire through there, like that. And then these are going to go here and here. So going to go on there like that. We'll pull that wire. Now for me, I have a bead just inside of there. You may or may not. So we'll put it in there just a little bit better so it shines better. Next, we're going to put the G20 here. And it looks like it should run like this. And there should be a bead just below. Mine's right there. Okay, I want to try to show you how I get this in there. Okay, see, the wire's loose. Okay. And that's what that looks like. So I've got 3 beads remaining here. And they've got 3 beads remaining on their diagram. So we should be pretty close. F8, 2 G4s, G11, 3 G13s, G24, G26, Q5, R1. Now I've already pulled the piece of plastic that was on there off. I mean, I guess that protects the surface. So that has already been pulled off. So we're going to take the G24 and the G26, the Q5 goes on this side, the R1 goes on this side, and that will go into the top here, into these 5 holes here. Okay, well, what we're going to do is get those a little closer, and then we're going to come back and put the G5 in. Okay, then we're going to put in the R1. Just like that. And we're going to press all that together. Just like that. Then we're going to take the G13s, or actually we're going to take the F8 and put it on top of this, like this. Then we're going to take the G13s. You'll see there's one side of the G13, the center, that has like a little, it's kind of an hourglass shape. It looks like you want the hourglass portion of it, the curved part, to be on the sides, not the top and the bottom. We're going to put all those in. And on those, you also want the printed part to be out, which I did not do on this one. And it'll look like that. Next, we're going to put the G4s through the bottoms here, and they need to go through these holes in the Q5 and the R1. So we're going to put the G4 through there. Like that, and it goes through there. It holds it stable is what it does. We'll do the same thing over here. Just like that. Now we're going to take the G11, we're going to put that across here. And that should hold everything together. Okay, next, this is going to go on the end. So it appears this is going to go down here. The top one here is going to go here, and then this hole will be filled with this. So let's see, we're going to put this in first. That's in. Now we're going to put this side in. That looks like that. B8, D4, and 2 D26s. So we're going to be working on this end here. We're going to kind of move this out of the way as best we can. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the D26s. They should go in first, and the painted side should be out like that. And then over this side, the painted side again should be out. Like that. Now it says the D4 should go here. Now the next thing it says is this is going to go on top of here, and it says that the last bead should go here. Now I'm going to put the second to last bead there if I can. I'm going to see if I can do that. Do I have enough wire for that? I do not. So the last bead is going to go here. What we're going to do, we're going to come down and we're going to put the bead there, and then we're going to wrap around. We're going to go around it twice just to put some extra wire. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to adjust the position of the bead a little bit. So what we're going to do is have the blobby portion, I don't know what else to call it, of the bead up. And we're going to wrap it around. And we're going to go around twice because we have extra wire. Then this is going to go on top of here. Like that. And then we're going to run this wire here as best we can. I made it do like a little S here. So we've got two beads along this section here. We'll see if that's okay. I think it'll be just fine, but D5, D21, D22, D32, D33, L3, L17, and bag 1, P1. So the first thing that's going to get installed here is this bag 1, L1. And that goes down in there like that. Next, we're going to take D33. I'm going to put D21 on this side. I'm going to put D22 on this side. We're going to take D5, and you want all the painted sides to be out, so that way you can see the painted parts. And then this is going to go down on top of there. Next we're going to take L3, and that's going to go here. L17 is going to go over here, and you want the painted side to face towards the front of the fireplace. Like that. Next, this is going to go on. This is, I guess, the mantle. Goes in the front. You want the painted side to be up. And then this is going to get placed on here. And you need to make sure that the wire goes through this little hole here. You don't want that getting pinched. Okay, let's adjust that a little bit. So now we're just trying to get that in there without making sure we don't pinch anything. And that goes on there like that. And D2, L4. D2 is going to go in the front, into here, and here. Make sure the painted side again faces out so it can be seen. And then the L4 is going to go in here with the painted side out. And it looks like that. B41, B44, B45, H20. So we're going to take the B44 and we're going to put the B45 on this side. And we're going to put the B44 on this side. Next, the H20. We're going to put the painted side up. Goes in the bottom here. B22, D23, D24, 2 E20s, 2 E44s, 2 E60s, H29, R4, and R5. So what we're going to do is we'll take the R5 and this D23, and that's going to go in like that. And we're going to put the E44s in from the back. Looks like the E44s go on the top only. We're going to use something different in the bottom. So this is the top up here. Let's put this on here next. Next, we're going to put in the E60s from the front. And the E20s will go on the back of the E60s. I'll do the same thing for this one. And I'm putting the painted side up towards the top of the door. The two doors. Next, we're going to take the B20 with the flat side towards the back. I'm going to put the D23 on this side, like that, and the D24 on this side, like that. Then this is going to slide into these. It'll slide into this hole and this part here, and then this back part is going to go into here. Just to keep this easy, I'm going to lay it on its back, get those installed at the bottom, and then we'll slide these top pieces in. And the door should open. At least a little. Doesn't look like they open very much though. I could force them open, but I'm not going to do that. Next, we're going to take the H29, and we have the painted side up, and this is the orientation. And the bottom of this is going to fit down onto here. We'll just start on one side, get that started, and work our way over. B16 times 2, D34, E2, E24, E33, E34, F52, F53. So we're going to take E2 and F53, and we're going to hold the E2 such that this is on the top, and putting this in, the painted side is going to be to the left, basically to the outside of this angle, and that's going to go like that. And we're going to do the same thing to the E24 and the F52. And then these are going to go on here, like that. That one will go on that side. This one will go on this side, and they're held in with the B16s. So we're going to push this in from the front. Probably we should put the colored part towards the center. The painted part. Yeah. It'll just look a little better that way. Do the same thing over here, and we'll put the painted part towards the center again. Next, we're going to put the E33 on this side. Note the slits on the top up here. I'm going to put that on this side, into this hole up here, and this one here. So that's going to go in there like this, and we want the painted side out. This side's going to go over here, and then this is going to go on top of here. And then we'll get this side next. Like that. B9, two E27s, and an F51. The F51 is what's going to be put on first. As we turn it from the back, the F51 is going to be put on here, on this side, with the painted part facing away from us. Next, the E27s go here and here with the painted side up, and then the E9 goes here with the painted side to the right. just like that. Next, we're going to attach this to the house, or to the factory. And it appears that this is going to go, we're going to put it on the end. It's going to go on top of the fireplace. Down here like this. And this should be up because the wire should pass through this little divot right here. So it says to connect this side over here first. These 3 connection points are listed as 1. So we're going to start with this one, then the next 2. Then it says that this side over here should be the last ones that get connected. And I'll just make sure everything is tight. That looks pretty good. And our wire comes up at about the right spot, although it doesn't really touch back there. But there's a little area for it to come up through there, so we're going to use it. So now we need B38 and B39. These are going to go here and here. So the B38 is going to go on this side and make it such that the painted part is out. Down in there as best you can. And then the B39 is going to go over here on this side. That'll keep that from moving around. B15, B26, B43, D35, E21, E23, F32, F40. So we're going to take the D35 and the E21, and we want the painted side out, and that's going to go from the bottom up on the right side. Then we're going to take the E23, painted side out again, and we're going to put that on the other side. Next, we're going to take the B26, and that's going to go on this side. Like that. We'll put the B15 on that side. Next, we're going to take the B43, and that's going to go in here like this. So these are going to go into here, 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 and here. sure everything is seated. Next, we're going to take the F32, this one, and that's going to go on here like this. We want the non-painted side towards us. The painted side, it should be away. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. C19, C22, 4 C26s, C31, C32, C33. We're going to take the C19, and the two holes should be at the bottom, and we're going to have the unpainted side towards us. We're going to take the C33, and we're going to put that on there like this. Again, the non-painted sides should be together. And then we're going to take the C32, and that's going to go on this side. Then the C22 is going to go here. See the holes there? And that's going to go in there like that. Painted side out so it can be seen. Next is the C31, painted side out so it can be seen. It's going to go down here. Next, the C26s with the painted side up are going to go in here, and so the lower C26 should go with the painted side down. The one on top should go with the painted side up. That way, no matter how you look at it, you'll see the paint. Now, the next thing that happens is this piece gets installed. So it appears that these four pieces here are going to go here, 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 and here. Okay, now we're going to put this piece on the side here. And these pieces are going to go here, 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 and here. So let's try to get that in there as best we can. It says to do the bottom first. So we put the bottom in first, and then we're going to put the top in. There's that one. That one. We're going to move to this side, which is really hard to see. How am I going to see this to know that I got it right? Well, we're just going to squeeze it, I guess. There we go. That's together. And then the bottom is in as well. And then this is going to go in and slide down. So it's going to go into here, 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 and here. And then it will slide down like that. B1, 2R20, E22s, E25, E20, or E35, F28, F29, J44, J45 times 2, N1, and ER6. B1, E22 times 2, E25, E35, F28, F29, J44, J45 times 2, N1, and R6. So it looks like the first thing we should start with is putting the R6 in. And that's going to go in there like this. And then the E22s are going to come in from the back like this. And it's going to hold that R6 in place. Yep, next thing we're going to work on is the front. The J44 is going to go in there like that. The J45s are going to hold the J44 in place. It's going to go in there like that. Make sure the overlapping part covers the, you want to overlap, the hook should go over top of the J44 because that's what's holding it in place. So it looks something like that. Next, we're going to put in the N1. That's going to go in these holes here. Next, we're going to take the F29, which is this one. You can identify the F29 that has this hole in the middle of it. And we're going to take the E25, which is this one. The E25 is going to be positioned looks like that, with a blank side to the right, and the F29 is going to go into these holes here, this one and this one, with the painted sides basically at a 90-degree angle, like that. Two painted sides. These are the unpainted sides. Then that looks like that's going to go on this side. Like that. I'm going to do the same thing over here. So we want the two painted sides together, like that. And then that's going to go on here such that painted side should face the outside so they can be seen. Like that. E36, E37. They're going to go on here on the front side of this. The E36 looks like it will go on here like this. That's how it says it goes. And then this one will go over here. This is the E37. Like that. Now this is going to go on the front side up here. It's going to go, the bottom part's going to go down here, and it's going to push in. So we're going to have to do this bottom part first, it says. Then the second part is to get these up here pushed in, because it's going to slide down. And then you just push it down to seat it in. Let's see here. Can I get my... No, there's no way to get in there anymore. Well, guess that'll have to do. It'll look like that. A47, F46, G13 times 2, G14 times 2. So we're going to get this piece, the A47, and the G14 is going to come in from the back like that, and on this side. The G46 will sit on those like that. The G13s, make sure you get the printed side up, are going to go on next. And there. It'll look like that. So this piece goes in next. It's going to go here. We're going to put this out of the way back here for now. That's going to go in here. So what it says to do is we're supposed to attach this piece first, this lower piece, we're supposed to get this little nub here in first, then this we're supposed to get in first. Wait a minute. It says to do this corner first. So we're going to put in, it's oriented like that, this corner first, then this down here, and then we're going to push it back. So let's see how this goes. Put this in first. And we're going to get this in. Push that down. So yeah, you want to get these in first over here, and then this is second, and then you just kind of push this back on the top side, and that makes everything sit much nicer. The other thing it says is this needs to be brought through here, like that. So now that's hanging off the front. C10, C11, D3, J43, N2, M7. So the first thing it says we need to do is take the M7 and put the LEDs in here, and you want to be able to see the LEDs. They're up here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And we want to get that in there. Run your wire through here. Next, we're going to take the N2 and that's going to press into here. Like that. Next, the C10 is going to go over top of that. Make sure you have your wires where they're supposed to go, because this will keep the wires in place. Next, we have the J43 on top of that. It's going to look like that. The D3, we're going to make the printed side go up. That's going to go on the end of there like that. Next, all of this is going to go into here. So this is, the wires are down here, the wires inside of here, and this is going to slide back into there, and then this is going to slide on top of here. Just like that. My star fell off. Put that back on. Next, we're going to take this, the C11, and that's going to go on the inside here on this bottom part. right here to hold that in. So let's get that in there. That little piece broke on me, so I will be gluing that. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to give this a quick test since we have all the wiring hooked up where it needs to go. Let's see, let's make sure all that's working okay. Yeah, the sign looks like it's working okay. Very good. C23, C24, F27, F30, H10, L6, and L8. So this is going to go on the bottom here. That's the F30 and the F27. And the painted side should be pointed out like that. Next, the L6 is going to go above here like that. And the L8 will go through the L6 into this hole here. Let's see here. Next, the painted side should point to the left. This is the C23, and the C24 is going to go into the C23 such that if that's pointing to the left, this is going to be pointing at us. Then that is going to go on here. So the question is, how close did we get it? Pretty close. And then this will go on top of here. Something like that. D12, D13, E50, E51, G23, J1, and J41 times 4. So the first thing we're going to do is put the J41s into the J1. And I'm making the paint face out. I'm going to put the first two in like this. We'll put the second two in such that the paint faces to the left. So in the first two I made the paint face to the right, and the second two I'm making the paint face to the left. Next we're putting on the D13. That's this one. That's going to go on here like this, and this is going to bend down. Like that. And we're going to put on the D12. And in both cases, the one that's, as we're looking at it on the right, the painted portion is to the right. On the left, the painted portion is to the left. Next, we get E50. And that's going to go over here. E51 is going to go on the other side. Again, the painted portion faces out to be seen. Next, this goes on here, in this area here. Like that, and it only attaches at the top. Then we come through with the G23. There's a longer side and a shorter side. The longer side goes on this left-hand side. So that's going to connect and presumably hold this in place. So let's see what we get here. I'm going to start at the front here. And that fits on there like that. F43, 2 G8s, 2 G9s, G10, 4 G13s, G25, Q4. So we're going to take the G10 And it looks like the brown side is going to go towards the windows from the back. Really only going to go on there one way. There. Those notches. This one's on this side. Yeah, because the printed side of that is towards us. So then the G25 will go in the top of that. Right here. The G25 will go in there like that. Next, we have the G8s, which are going to go here, and the G9 is going to go here and here. So the G8 looks like it will go on there like this. And the smaller part of the taper, you can see it's kind of tapered down. The smaller part goes towards the bottom of the building. The non-tapered, or the less tapered part, goes up to the top. And I have the printing on this one off to the left. We're going to put in the G9 next, and in this case the printing will be off to the right. But the same thing goes, the taper goes down. We're going to do the G back to another G8. And a G9 again. And that's what it looks like. You can see this one has the printed side up, this one has it up, and then if we flip it, you'll see that this one and this one have it in the same direction as well. So these, if we hold it like this, this one and this one have the printed side on the left, this one and this one have the printed side on the right. Next, F43 is going to go on, and the non-printed side is going to go towards the non-printed side. The printed side is going to be outside, on the outside, so that way you can see it easily. It looks something like that. Also, one of the G13s is going to go up here. And I have the printed side of that G13 aimed out as well. Now, this looks like it's going to come in from the back side of this, and it's going to stick through the 3 top holes. And then what we're going to do is, it looks like the G13s are going to go on here. 3 G13s. Okay, We'll get these in, and then we got one more surface to attach. And again, I have the painted side out, and the hourglass looking sides are to the right and the left in this case. They're done, and then we have to come around to the side here, and we need to put this, should go here like this. So in the end, it looks like that. G3 times 2, G4 times 2, G7, G11 times 2, J49 times 2, and R3. So what we're going to do, first thing we're going to put on is the 2 G4s. And they're going to go here, here, and here. Like that, and then the G11 comes in from the back. That'll hold them on. Next, we're putting the window in from the front. So this one goes here. Put this one here, and you'll note the printed side is out. Then we're going to take one of the G3s. I'm going to put it through there. Then on the opposite side of that, the R3 will go on. And then we're going to put the G7 on. That goes up at the top. And that'll look like that. Then we need to put this J49 in, and the G3 is going to go through here. And we're going to come around the back, and this is all going to get held in with the other G11. Kind of difficult to really push on it to get it seated, because there's just, the whole thing is kind of fragile and it's kind of awkward to work with. But that's what that should look like when it's done. F2 and F4. Now, we're going to take F2 and put it into F4, and we're going to have the painted side be up, and the F4 is going to go into there with the painted side towards us. So you can see there's the painted side, non-painted side, so it'll look like that. That is going to go here. And this is the part that's going to go in there. This right here. Not this out here, but this right here. Go in like that. So now we're going to add this to our main part. We're working on the back side such that the tree is off to the left. And the first thing we need to do is we're going to put this corner in, and that's going to go here, right down here. There. The next piece that goes in is this one. That's going to go right here. It's kind of hard to see, but right there. Right in there. The last part, which is underneath of here that you can't, it's hard to see, that's going to go here in the end. So we want to make sure our wires are kind of out of the way here because we don't want to pinch anything. And then it says to put this in. It says to do let's see here. Let's see. So this edge here needs to go behind here, this part right here. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Okay, that went like that, and then this, I guess you just kind of feel for it to get in there. I want to make sure your belt goes down through this hole here and it doesn't catch on anything. There's that side. And then this over here seems like that's going to go there. Doesn't say anything about that yet, but we'll put it in there. That's that for now. B27, C27. So B27 is going to go up here. It's going to go in like this, and it's going to go between these two spots, and I presume that just holds that together. Keeps that from falling away. The C27 we're going to put in here, right here, and the paint should face out so it can be seen, the painted side. That looks like that. G12 times 2, G16. So we'll put the G16 in first. That's going to go here. And there isn't, oh, there is a printed side. I'm going to have the printed side point towards me. It's only one line, but it's still printed. So then that's going to go in here. Let's twist this a little bit so you can see it better. Goes in like that, and then the two G12s are going to go here, which will hold that together, presumably. Probably should have put the bottom one in first. Oh, that wasn't any problem. I thought it was going to be a little harder than that. So, and that holds those two together. Right there. B33, E14, E15, E16, E17. So we're going to hold it like this. The E15 goes here, and remember you want the painted side facing towards the outside. The E14 is going to go here. It'll look like that. The E17 is going to go here on the outside. The E16 is going to go on the inside. And the printed or painted part faces the outside. E8, E9 times 4, E13 times 3, E18, E19. So the E19 is going to go over here, and it is going to go like this. Painted side to the outside, And it's got the curved part off to the left in this orientation here. And the same on the right, the curved part goes to the left, and the E18 goes in. One of the E9s is going to go in the end here. Like that. Another E9 is going to go here. And it kind of makes like a curve with the two pieces. Then we go to the other side and we kind of do the same thing. And then the other E9 there. The E8 is going to go on top of all of that. Goes on there like that. It's kind of like air conditioning ductwork is what it reminds me of. Then the E13s go in these holes here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have that one pointed to the outside. This one we're going to point to the outside. Now it doesn't give you really any guidance on the direction that these will look best. So if you want to do that differently, you're welcome to. And then this one I'm going to put this way too. I guess we could flip this one around such that it all has the color in the same direction, but I think that's fine. We're gonna go with that. If we need to adjust it, we can. D14, D15, D16, D20, and G1. So the D20 is going to come up through here, this hole and this hole. It's going to come up through the bottom, and you want your painted side to be facing toward you if you're holding it in this orientation. Okay, next, the D14 is going to go on the other end. With these facing up like this. So these notches will be on the top side. Next, we're going to take the G1 and we're going to put the D15, holding it in this orientation with this part towards us. We're going to put the D15 on this side like this. And you can see that the size of those will only go on there one way. So I'm going to put that on there like that. Then the D16 goes on the other side in a similar fashion. Then this whole thing sits down on here. B2, B25 times 3, E38, E41, E43, E46, E47, E48, E49, E53, F31, F35. So we're going to continue to add to this. We're going to grab the E48. And the E48 is going to go on this side. The little painted part should face out, and there should be this stair step in the front like that. The E49 is going to go on the other side, and the stair step portion will face to the front like that. Next, we're going to take the B2 and we're going to put on the E53, which is going to go on here like this. And the F35 is going to come from the back, painted side up like this. Put that through. The E53 is going to go through that. Next is the F31. Next is the F31, and we're going to put it on like this, such that this little part here in the middle is on the left-hand side, and that'll go on there just like that. Then we're going to take the B25s and they're going to come in through the back in these three positions here. Just like that. We'll put this one on the end, I think. One of them has the paint on the other side, so I decided to put the painted part so it's on the outside, like there, like that. So next, this whole thing is going to go onto here. And it's going to go here. So this part's going to sit down in here. This groove is going to fit on there like that. And these back ones are going to go into here. We get that front one started, and then align the back ones. Then it looks like that. Next, we're going to put in the E41, which is going to go here, right here. Then the E43 is going to go on this side. And you'll know you'll have them right if the paint faces out so you can see it. Next is the E46, which we're going to put here. On the back goes the E38. And then on this side is the E47. B34, 4 D9s, 4 D19s, D27, F24, F26, 2 F57s, 2 F66s, 2 F67s, and a G17. Now we're going to take the F24 and we're going to put the F57 on that, and I'm having this is going to make a light, I'm having that fit towards the front, or the printed part I have towards the front, as you can see. Next it says we're going to put the F67 up into there, and I have that towards the front. The painted part is towards the front. Then we're going to take the F66 and we're going to put that in such that the painted part is up so it can be seen. I don't know about that. Should that be down? I think we'll leave it up for now. Then we need to build a second one of those. Except it's going to use the F26. That up in there. Do the same thing. So that's the two lights. Next, we're going to put in the, I think we're going to put in the D9s first. It looks like the D9 is going to go over this side. And the color is going to fit to the outside such that the bevel is down like that. Then the next one we're going to do is another D9. Looks like we're going to put a D9 here and a D9 here. So let's put those in. I'm going based on the color coding. And then another D9 here. And then up in the front, the D9 appears to go on this side. Now, we fill in with the D19s. And the D19 here. I'm not sure that they have these configured right, but we'll go with what they got. Okay. Well, I guess it's that way, so when you look at it from the front of the building, you just see the painted parts. I'll bet that's why. And then the D9 goes here. Okay. Next, the F26, which is this one, is going to go in here. And the F24 is going to go on this side. And the painted side should face to the outside. See there? See there? Next, we're going to put on the D27, which is this one. That looks like it's going to go around the top like this. And do I want that up or down? I think I want the painted side down on this, because I think this will cover it. So then here, I'm going to put the G17 in. And it fits in there pretty well. He's got these guides here to help fit it. Next, this piece will go on the B34. And it should sandwich everything together. Okay, hang on. What's going on here? There, now it's seated right. These little pieces need to stick above the two parts we just installed, because this will seat into those locations. And then we need to put this back in. It fell out. It's not just held in there very well. If it becomes a problem, we'll just put a dab of glue on it. Get that seated properly. Now, this piece is ready to go on to the main factory. So it appears it's going to go on here like this, with the lights towards the front of the building. This is going to sit on top of this here. This spot here. These two spots here are going to sit on top of these. So let's see if we can get that in there. And then there's two spots here on the sides, which are going to go here and here. Let's see if we can't get this in here now. Okay, this side does not seem to, ooh. Gotta get all this seated in here. This one here, this doesn't. Okay, well, it looks like that's seated. Okay. D10, D39, D40, 3 F-37s, 2 F-38s. The D39 and the D40 go on here, and they're going to help hold all this down. It's going to go in there with the printed side towards the front of the building. The D39 is going to go in here, right here. Holds all that together. And the D40 is going to go on the other side. And the text, of course, goes towards the front of the building. To watch my fingers so I don't break something else. And that'll hold that down. Next, we're going to build this. We're going to take the D10 and we're going to put these about halfway through the D10. They'll probably come out on us when we start pressing on them, but that's okay. They're not as... I thought they were going to be a little harder to get in. Then we're going to put the D, or the F-38 on top of that. And then we're going to put this other F-38 on the other side. Like that. When it's done, it'll look like that. F-22, F-25, F-42, J-11, 2 J-12s, 2 J-38s, J-39, L-14, L-15. So we're going to take the J-39 and we're going to take the J-12s and put them onto the J-40 or J-39, and you want to make sure that the printed side or painted side is out. Next, we're going to put the J-38s on. J-38s. The J-11 will go on top of that. The J25 will go in next. And in this orientation, we want the paint to be towards us. Okay, now that'll only go in there one way because it's wider in one direction than the other. Next, we're going to put on the J22, and in this case the color will be off to the right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and put these signs on. So we need to have this facing us like this from the side. This sign and the F42 are going to go over here. I believe it's going to go here, in there. And these two signs are going to go in from this side, and that's going to go right here. So let's put this sign in first. So what we're going to do is put this on here, like that, and then that will go into here, hopefully. And that'll go in there like that. And then this one we're going to do a similar thing to. And you want the painted side out so it can be seen, like that. And then that is going to go here. And it looks like that. C29, C30, L9, L19. So now we're going to be working on this platform up here. The present. Looks like it goes up here like this, in this hole here. Like that. L9 is going to go down here, and L9 is this guy, and L9 is going to go right here. Like that. The C30 is going to go in these holes here, and we want the painted side to face out. Like that. The C29 is going to go here and here, painted side out. Then the sign is going to go here and here. And then the present, which is up top there. C25, F18, F19, C23, and C64. So we're going to take the C25 and we're going to put the F18 through the C25. Need to go flat. And then we're going to take this little wheel, make sure the painted side is out so it can be seen. That's going to go in there. Next, the printed part goes on this side towards us, with the arrows pointing up like that. And then from the back side comes the F23, which we're gonna push through like that, and then this gets pushed into the F23, and that's what holds it in place. Then this part gets put here and down here. And that's how that looks. And it's all done.